Like, it'd be wasted on my
Hello, and welcome to Esthara
Hello.
Chronicles. My hair looks... I just realized how my hair looks. It's a nightmare. Anyway, hello everybody and welcome. It has been a while since you have seen my flesh tuber face. I've just been uninspired, as they say, as a DM. And so it's been a while. But we're back with episode 43, of all things. I'm your dungeon master, dungeon mommy, elf ranger by day, tired scientist by night, Sylfania. We've got Baax Obsidian, our resident warlock of the Archfey, Dragonborn played by Mads.
Good evening.
We've got Sildana Markuth, our elven ranger sad mom, played by
I
Zamdani.
am the saddest mom around, let me tell you. I'm
Yes.
so disappointed in everything.
Yes.
Sad mom.
Baax the goat. The chat likes you. The chat likes you, Mads. And of course, the one and only, the unforgettable, the king of all the trolls, Ferverand Dickens, our shadow monk, reborn, played by Gabe.
Holy tubular, dude. That's all you're gonna get.
God. Okay. So
Remind me from like that pig from like the cartoons. Like, that's all,
Right.
folks.
That's all, folks.
on that note, I'm opening a drink because I'm not doing this sober.
I have my
Only
whiskey.
one?
There ain't no way I'm doing the sober, so I have stocked up on booze. I have a bottle of vodka here for shots if I have to,
I
okay?
actually should get
Should-
my bottle
does-
of whiskey right now, actually.
Yeah, no,
should
guys, it's fair enough. Just go, it's fine. We have
You know
no
what,
rules here.
You make your recap introduction. I'll listen in. I'm gonna make half a liter of an apple martini in the meantime.
Oh, by the way, I really love your apple martini recipe. I've been doing that quite a bit. So thank you for giving me that one.
You really should have it with the Irish apple Mickey Finn. It really like elevates it.
Yeah, well, the sours is okay. It's not the best, but it's something. I couldn't find Mickey Finn anywhere. So anyway, on the
I got 6 bottles. I'll send you one.
I got it.
the mail service in the UK has gotten really bad from and to the EU, so I'd rather you not. I think it's okay.
I'll just throw really far.
Yes, do that. Just yeet
Shall-
it. Yeet it from
Jean
Iceland,
shall
and it will
feet.
eventually
What?
float to England. It'll be fine.
Why are you demanding feet, Zeus?
Zeus, leave Daddy's feet alone, okay? You need to go to his OnlyFans for
You
that.
have to pay for that.
Yeah, I was about to say, you need to go to his OnlyFans for that. Anyway, quick recap of the last episode. So, the gang went back into Laudenborough. They went and said hello to their friends and family, brought over the architect that almost got kidnapped and has been missing for 18 years. Then they figured out that the architect forgot his tools in his ex-girlfriend's house. They went to his ex-girlfriend's house and they figured out she is a were-snake. They quickly hightailed it out of there and realized they need to probably... I don't actually remember why you guys realized you need to break into Thomas's tower to steal shit. You were like, he's sus, we need to get into his office. And so you guys thought of this, a grand plan, creating a diversion using a spring break party to then, attract the students, get all the people out, and then you can sneak in. However, I don't know how, it escalated into Baax exploding 2 buildings. And,
I just want to interject. You missed the perfect opportunity to call it a Grand Slam Academy Jam.
oh, yes, Grand Slam Academy Jam. It's because...
Hit
Minus
the
2 points to
Pentagon!
Gryffindor.
Missed opportunity.
Yeah, missed opportunity. It's because, I think during the stream, at some point I said, is this accidental domestic terrorism? And I thought that was a good stream title. So that's what I put it.
There was nothing There was nothing accidental. about
It was on purpose domestic terrorism. But basically, yeah, they've exploded Baax single-handedly using his cool new wand and some explosives they got, some demo explosives they got from Charmant secretly. Blew up a building next to the building they need to be, and then was like, nah, it's not working, and then blew up the second building. Meanwhile, Ferverand, while invisible, snuck in, managed to get a ton of books, and then, just as he was about to get caught by Thomas, managed, while still invisible, to jump out the window unseen, and take almost zero, like very little falling damage, and just walk it off like a pro. It was Mission Impossible meets domestic terrorism meets like American Pie Spring Break. It was crazy. And like meanwhile, Baax and Sylfania and Trarel were like trying to escape the shrapnel and the glass falling at the party. And ended up in like a classroom and shit. It was crazy, guys. You need to see it to believe it. And by the end, literally the last part of this crazy episode was them coming into the mansion and saying we need to lay low for a bit, and just being like, we're gonna read for 6 days. So that's what today's session's about. What did they read? How well did they read? And what are they gonna do next? So stay tuned.
Alright, today, gang, we're gonna learn our alphabets.
Indeed. But yeah, the action-packed session was last time. This time, we're just doing the aftermath. So basically, I thankfully written down all the books you guys have and what you guys were planning to do. It's gonna take Ferverand 6 days to like psychoanalyze, decipher Thomas's book or journal. And you know, if you guys want to do something else that will take longer, it'll take longer, but the 6 days is the minimum you guys are doing because of Ferverand. So that's actually, before we start with you, because we know you for certain, we're gonna go with Baax and Trarel, because what Sylfania's doing, she's just giving you advantage on things because she's helping.
You do realize that the moment you come to me, I'm going to torpedo the plot so far forward, there'll be no backtracking.
True, yeah. So that's why I'm gonna go to Baax first. Alright, cool. So Baax and Trarel, you guys split up the books according, so like, I think you got Anatomy and Etymology of Leprechauns, Origin and History of Feywild, and Theory of Souls. While Trarel took on himself the Transmutation, History and Architecture of Ravinian Empire, and Teleportation, which is Thomas's thesis. It's more like to split the thing equally, but, you know, you can obviously look into each other's books and stuff. And with Sylfania giving you advantage by honestly just being there and bringing you, like, food, sandwiches, keeping you alive while you guys are reading, being...
I was wiping your ass, too, don't
being
worry.
Mom. Being full mom.
Oh, man. Did you bring the bucket?
Mm-hmm. Yep, totally.
Hell yeah.
At least it wasn't maggots this time.
Oh, no.
Yeah, being
Hey, at least I'd get a meal, too.
Being
Delectable
full...
squish.
Being full mom mode, as she never was to her own son. Anyway, right, so,
I'm
which...
unappreciated for it the
Indeed.
whole time.
Yes. Which you're like, oh man, if I stayed home with my own son, maybe I would have been unappreciated like this too, but it's a missed opportunity. He's grown now. Cry.
If only I could have neglected my son in person.
Yeah! Baax, which book would you like to start with? To do rolls, because we're doing rolls.
Give me the Theory of Souls thesis.
Alright, cool. This is a bit dry. I mean, you are not really used to reading theses, because that's more of a... It's like reading scientific papers. At first, when you first do it, you're like, what is this? It's like a muscle you need to keep practicing, and even I now find it super dull. So, the difficulty's a little bit higher on this one, simply because you're just... As a student, you never, like, that wasn't... You mostly read, like, literature books or textbooks, which are made to be read easily. So, give me... You pick. Do you want to give me a straight, like, intelligence roll? And the difficulty for this is gonna be...
We all know that as a warlock, he didn't actually work for any of his spells. He just asked Daddy really nicely.
Yeah,
so, of course, he has difficulties reading.
I actually have like the background of a cloistered scholar, and my intelligence is 15. I think y'all need to back off my ass right now.
Well, you know,
I've learned 3 extra languages.
Ferverand.
But
He
if
had
you're
to pretend.
so clever,
He had to pretend. He had to pretend to be a wizard. So he actually had to pretend read, which eventually made him actual read.
don't worry, guys. I was only pretending to be retarded.
Anyway. So I'm gonna say the Theory of Souls is less of an arcane book. It's like an arcane thesis, it's more of a philosophical one. So this particular thesis, as you're looking through it, is a discussion between what we know about souls. It kind of mixes theology into magic in there a little bit. So I don't think a plain arcana check will work on here. So I think... First, give me an intelligence roll, and you need to hit a 20, but you have advantage.
Do I get any situational bonus or just the advantage?
You do not get proficiency because this is like it's as I said before, it's not a magical paper. It's like it's like a thesis of a theology scholar who knows about magic and souls. But you're not a necromancer. You're not a religious person. So to you, you wouldn't get proficiency reading this, which is why Arcana or anything else wouldn't work. It's a flat intelligence check, DC 20 with advantage. You got 15.
Oh, I got scammed on that one. That 18 was almost under that as well.
You got 15. Now, 15 isn't too bad. You're kind of looking through the thesis. It's a bit difficult. I'm gonna say, give me a D6 roll.
D6 you shall have.
You get a 5.
2.
Get 2.
It takes you 2 days to kind of just finish reading it. And taking some notes. You do realize you have to reference, like, the references in this. Like, it's the kind of paper, unfortunately, where you're reading something, and then they're like, oh, just like this theory. And they don't actually explain what this theory is, and they just say, see this reference. And then you're like, but their whole argument and the entire chapter is based off of this theory that I don't know about. So I have to now go look for it. I hate when they do this. This is personal to me. So, yeah, as you're reading... Sorry, what were you saying?
It's like a whole bunch of sources of like, refer to my previous source, and it's just a picture of them pointing at themselves.
Yeah, no, but it's not that. It's more of like, this is common theories in theology, which is what this thesis was based in. So a theology student would probably know these theories, but none of you are theology students. So you're like, okay, well, I need to look for this. Luckily for you, Belluar has, having been living for around 700 years, has an extensive library, and he's obsessed with collecting shit. So it takes you about 2 days to find some of like the references to even understand some of the chapters. But I'd say after those 2 days, it just takes you so long, just on this one thesis. What you get from this is that the theory of souls, and what this thesis explains, is that while souls themselves are indeed a power, because there are gods, there's afterlife, and clearly, like, once your mortal flesh does die, there's an option for rebirth, there's an option for resurrection, you know. A soul is a component. But also, it's not visible or tangible, unless there are some cases where, like, hags are capable of tangibly removing a person's soul and placing it in a bag of some sort, you know? There are certain creatures or certain types of magic, like necromancy, that can manipulate the initially intangible soul. And it kind of goes further into, is it moral, is it not moral? There's always a chapter about that shit, you kind of skip it, and you go straight into the actual manipulation. And there is this idea of, like, necromancy itself being a magic of using both a dead body and then reanimating it to the caster's will, but also using souls to power certain spells. Now that has not been done in centuries, because that's a lost art of necromancy, mostly because it's been outlawed in Ravinia for a very long time. But it basically sort of extrapolates the idea that, like, souls are just sources of energy. They fuel spells in a certain way. And that if, you know, the logic is, if one wants a really huge spell, one needs a lot of souls. And the person doesn't necessarily have to be dead to not have a soul. As, you know, evidenced by, you know, hags and demons stealing people's souls while their bodies are still alive and walking. And it's sort of, you know, it's a lot of, like, if these are the case, the whole thesis is, if these are the case studies that are seen and creatures that exist, so theoretically this is possible. And this is kind of the entire thesis. So more importantly, do you have any specific questions you're looking for in this one? And with a 15, I'm gonna say you don't get a complete, I'll give you one question from this thesis. And you don't get a complete answer, but you get some of it.
How would I notice any necromancy effect on a living being? Because like what I'm really asking is like how would I notice if there's a current effect on the soul that is unnatural? Because what really this book really has is, for me at least, is for Cheryl, right? Because while my god himself did not really know or could really detect anything, that doesn't necessarily mean that there is nothing. So it is like, for me, the final check.
Okay, so just this one question. I mean, this is for this role. It took you 2 days to read it, and this is the question you get. If you ever want to come back to this, the DC will be lower because you've already read this paper to try to like glean more insights out of it because it has a lot of references. As do all social sciences papers, because unlike actual science papers, there ain't no experiments in this bitch. It's all about reading. So
would you argue theology is just a religion role?
I mean, you could do a religion roll after, but for this, you get this intelligence question. If you want another question, you'll roll me a religion roll. Based on that, we'll add more days onto this paper. And this is, again, just how long it takes you. So, for this question specifically, how can you tell if a living person is missing a soul? So there is actually a passage about this. Well, one of the most obvious things, the change in personality, is when while before a person was very passionate about certain topics, really wanted to do something, and suddenly they just don't care anymore. They could be seasonal depression. They do mention that the person could be sad. You do need to check. But one of the cases is if it's like, for example, if a person was, let's say, obsessed with painting, and they were really good at it, and they loved it, and they passionately talked about painting, and then one day, it's not like they hate it, but like, they literally just, it's a painting. They lose all interest all of a sudden. And it's not just that, it's towards everything. That is kind of one hint of checking whether their soul is gone. Another hint would be, and again, this one is a supposition. They haven't, the author clearly has never met anyone with a missing soul, but the supposition would be that lack of, I guess, a moral compass. So if a person before was like, man, I don't want to hurt an animal because they seem to be in pain, the person without a soul would not care. Like, alright, well, okay. And the idea is, like, it's basically they turn into a psychopath, in a way. Because they do not have...
Me? No.
They don't have a soul, which is the... So, at least in this author's mind, the soul sort of guidance of like, morality in a person. While
explains a lot.
Yeah, like
looks at DM.
Yeah, while you can be intelligent, and while you can intelligently say, like, these people can, especially if there's a smart person whose soul has been stolen, they can easily adapt by understanding, like, in societal norms, it's not okay to go on the street and just start hacking at people. So I'm not gonna do that because the society will come after me. It's illogical for my self-preservation. Self-preservation instincts are still there. It's just, I'm not gonna go out and murder people, but if they're murdered, I'm not gonna feel anything about it. But obviously I'm not gonna tell people that.
If you die, that's your problem.
Yeah, but obviously they're not gonna say that. So the author does mention that sometimes it's hard to tell whether a person's soul is missing, simply because if they're smart enough, they'll understand that, like, they'll do the motions while not actually feeling things to not be found out, right? I'm gonna say from that, there's a lot more hypotheticals and suppositions in there. That's all you get with a 15, and with, you know, that point. You kind of look at Trarrell, and so far he has not changed his personality. He has been behaving the same way. He's still passionate about things, still care about his mom, you know, you're like, okay, so, like, from this particular thesis, the things that I've read, they don't apply to him. That's all you get.
Okay. Well,
do you want to do a religion check?
Yes, but this one is more specifically on if divinity is how to say co-host to souls in the regards of how to say, because the divinity of the Feywild kid, the child of the forest, whatever. The kid. I completely forgot his name because it's been a while.
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, I know who you mean.
Essentially, like, he's been caught, and I'm assuming he is in some sort of soul cage or something. At least something that'll keep him down, chained divinity-wise as well. or at least in some sort of hold. Irregardless, I want to know if there's anything to do with souls in regards to divinity gods, if they have one, and how you would manipulate that, if there is any such passage.
Give
And
me a
the
religion
theology of
roll.
that.
Religion roll, and we'll see how well you do with advantage. Because again, Saldana's helping you.
It might be a little bit of a bold check. Hey, does gods have souls? But,
That's a
that's
20.
20, by the way. Yeah, easy. Gods have souls.
Gods have souls, man. Easy. No. Let me give you a plus 50. I think I give you for everything.
God
Yeah,
have
there you go.
souls.
All right, great. So,
They
buddy.
playing the blues.
Yes. Basically, you look through this, and as you're reading, suddenly you notice, like, there was this it's a very thick thesis, and there is a small chapter that you kind of glossed over, because it was, like, 2 pages. It kind of got, like, snuck in there. There's a lot of more explaining how necromancy and magic, and how you can use souls to, like, power spells and shit, theoretically, of course, nobody's ever done it. However, there's a small passage of the idea of, death and domains of divinity. Obviously, it's been redacted because this is Ravinia, and there's only one true goddess, and other gods do not exist anymore. But the idea that before the appearance of the one true goddess, Our Lady of Light, many deities, while Esthara kind of had, access to a lot of other worlds and cultures and such. So it's an explanation of what defines a god. Like, a deity in this book is like, to specify, a deity is referenced when there is a certain group of individuals who believe in the power of a certain creature or a person, and then that creature or person uses this power, magic and power of belief, to fuel its power. So that's a definition of a god in here. At least in this thesis. And when you think about it that way, is obviously, like, the more people know and worship this particular god, the stronger they are. That's the idea here. So, do gods have souls? Theoretically, they say that probably, yes, they do. It's just, through some sort of knowledge or magic, they must have transformed their form, physical form, to reflect what their soul is. So, as souls are sources of magic, clearly they can be charged and recharged. That's the idea in this thesis. So the idea is maybe God's souls are charged by worship and prayer and belief of other creatures' souls. So gods are kind of parasites, in a way, because they, without killing you, you worship and you pray for somebody, and you charge their soul with power and magic, and sometimes the god gives back to you, as a thank you, but in a way, that is the source of their power.
Andy.
Yeah, that is a source of their power. Or, this is just wild theories here, this is a fully discussion chapter of your thesis. This isn't even, like, results
A book
or anything.
describing the gods as a form of parasite, that's gonna go well for the Inquisition.
No, but they don't say it that way. But as you're reading it, you clearly start to realize that what this author is implying is, because souls are sources of energy, they're like infinite batteries of magic. That it's not a type of magic, it's a magic that can transform into anything. That's why some people are born sorcerers. Some people learn how to harness magic from the world around them. Soul is like the essence of life, in a way. You can be alive without a soul, but it's not true magic, and so the thesis goes on to say that gods potentially use the power of their believers, of the believers' souls, to charge their own soul, and sometimes to the point where once you have enough energy, you can shed a physical form and just exist as like a metaphysical soul, in a way. And that's how god domains exist. Like, deities don't actually have a body. They are just unbridled element or magic of some sort. And when they get powerful enough and enough people across the realms and the worlds believe in them, they can create their own, I guess, dimension where they control everything because they've created it. And again, this dimension could exist on a metaphysical level. Like, there's a lot of physics and stuff, but you rolled a natural 20, so you're just like, to answer your question, there is a way to, like, you can't, if somebody's already achieved a level of godhood, technically you can destroy their physical body if they have one, but their soul will still be alive. because the souls are indestructible. Now, going back to the fact that souls can be tapped for energy, if you manage to trap a god in some way, you can use their soul to fuel something. And that's kind of how it works. Like, if you think about souls as just raw, pure energy, a human soul or a mortal soul who doesn't do magic is a really powerful thing. Imagine a god. What you can do with the soul of a god. Problem is, deities are, like, mortal souls, when they don't have a body, are not used to exist in that form, so you can easily manipulate and be malleable, theoretically. But a deity who is that powerful and can create its own things, even in its soul form, it has, like, I guess, autonomy? That's the word, right? It can still fight back in a way. Like, if you pull the soul out of a god, it's not helpless, like a person would be. Do you know what I mean? Like, if you pull the soul out of a regular mortal, the soul is like, I'm used to having limbs, I do not know what to do. But if you pull the soul out of a god, it's like, yeah, well, I can make myself another body, yeah, I can create a dimension, fuck you. I don't need a body. This is just convenience. So, nobody's ever tried, there's never a case of it happening, but theoretically, possibly.
Readies?
Okay, I'm gonna take a break here with you, and you're gonna roll for Trowel.
Good idea.
You're gonna roll for Trowel for me, because Trowel is reading the other books with you.
Oh boy.
Actually, you know what? We'll have Saldana roll for Trowel, because you're just gonna, as you said before, you're not helping, so I want you to participate. I want you to participate. So I'll give you you'll just roll me a d20, and I'll give you the plus of what he needs to do. So he is looking through history and architecture of Ravinian Empire. Is there any particular question you guys want to know from this book?
Does it clap?
What, Baax?
Yes.
Answer seriously. Answer seriously, please.
Well, it's been clapping for a long time.
Hey,
Dude.
What?
I mean,
It's an unserious question. It's gonna get an unserious answer.
Well, I'm asking seriously, what kind of question would you, like, ask Trowel to look for in the history and architecture of Ravinian Empire?
That would probably be, well, I mean, some sort of hidden chambers would be my, pyramid things. I mean,
okay, so
concealment rooms.
Yeah,
hidden
so
rooms.
Is that level 3?
Traps. But yeah, go ahead. What's your suggestion, Gabe, before I finalize my answer?
well, I mean, if you're gonna use him as a free research insert topic thing, you're already looking into souls. So you in this case know that souls have some form of purpose. Probably why the demons want it so bad is because it serves a vital purpose to whatever plan they have. So the better question is more so, what can you do with a soul specifically? Like, is it just a power source? Is it a conduit? Is it a
but
bucket?
But he is like right now it's Trowel reading the book of history and architecture and empire and foreshadowing. Like it's not the same thing.
Yeah, I don't think you'd find anything about
history-
souls in an architecture book. That's the one thing I'll tell you.
Is it architecture specifically? I thought it was just history in general.
No, it's architecture and history thereof in Ravinian Empire. Like, an impact of architecture on the history, but it's mostly about the architecture.
Which is why I went for
gunning. Yeah, I was gunning for historical instances of demons using souls as a means of warfare.
That would be a different book. That'd be a different
I
book.
don't think we have a book like that.
I don't know why I wanna. I guess if I can make a suggestion, then maybe Trowel could look for maybe just sort of the design, just sort of analyzing the design of the town itself, as if if there's anything that seems like it's being used for like a purpose of like a.
I mean, this
like
is
a
a
ritual,
history.
like a ritual purpose or something like that. I don't know. I know it's a history, but it is like how the city is designed.
I get what you mean, but this is also
Yeah.
like a history book in the architecture in the Empire in general, not Lodenborough specifically. So I don't think it'll have information about Lodenborough to that degree of having like, hey, do you have a hidden power going to this someplace, or So that's why I was more like in the general search, like hidden rooms, secret chambers,
Yeah, then just
something,
hidden rooms, secret chambers. Then yeah, that's pretty much it.
something to that akin, because like that is, or at least like that thereof.
Okay.
That kind of ball game.
I rolled a 4 though.
Roll with advantage.
Yeah.
Oh, with advantage. Oh.
And I guess this would be sorry, I was re-uploading Charles, okay, because he leveled up during this time while you guys weren't here. It's not level 3, he's level 4 now.
Oh boy.
Yeah, he did.
He's not useless.
Well, he's still a bit useless, but he's less useless. He has higher HP.
Hey, I was level 4 once.
Yeah, but I mean, you guys, I'm not gonna lie, you guys went off on an adventure outside of the city, went through a bunch of life-threatening situations, so your level up makes sense. He kind of stayed in the city. While he did gain experience, it wasn't like... The way I gain experience is like, if you bring an NPC with you to do something, like Luba or Trarel for sometimes, they level up. Like, Luba is actually a higher level, because she went on an adventure in Gorov with your mom, Baax, and so when she came back, she gained some experience, so she's a bit higher level. That's kind of...
your mom.
Yeah, that's kind of how I'm gauging NPC progression, because they're always going to be lower level than you, but, useless versus useful, kind of. But they're not all going to be like, I'm a complete true NPC with 10 hit points. Some of them are going to be like, no, I can do shit.
Where is our war table? We can send them out for expeditions so they level up automatically.
I mean that's the idea. If you want to give them certain missions to go do and they survive them, they will gain XP. That would be background stuff. But if you want, but there we go. So question is, what was the question that you're asking for in this architecture book specifically? Hidden chambers?
Just like traps, hidden chambers, really. Yeah.
Okay. So this would, I think, would be... what did you roll? What was the, with advantage? 11. What was the highest? 11. Just a straight 11. I think for this, because this is architecture and history, and I'm gonna say that, Zigil Thunderhead, who is the architect, is actually gonna come in and help you, because be like, oh yeah, I helped write this book. And it's just, so that's, he gives advantage to Trowel for this one. So the DC is lower on this. I'm gonna make him roll a history roll. He has a +5 in this, which makes sense. So that's 11 plus 5, that's a 16. That's not bad. So with a 16, they kind of look through the architecture of Lesnagor and of Lodenborough. There's a lot of schematics of famous buildings, schematics of the cathedral in this book, explanation of like why the color scheme of white and gold, what importance are like religious temples are to Ravinian architecture, yada yada, lots of this kind of stuff, lots of images. And it kind of shows that while religious temples generally have a basement or a cellar for, keeping wine fresh, storage and other things, clearly one thing is they're not going to put, oh, there's a secret chamber underneath this building in a textbook like this. Like, they no way. But
don't forget, kids, there's a secret chamber underneath the main room. This will be on the test.
But with Zigil,
like antechambers or treasure, something
with
like that.
With Zigil here giving professional commentary on like, oh yeah, this schematic, that actually this was written by a student and they're kind of stupid, so don't disregard this. He's kind of helping. I'd say that you do see that in religious buildings a lot of the time, before Ravinian Empire was as big as it is now, and it was its kingdom, at the very beginning, usually the religious temples in other places are repurposed. So if there was a temple to, let's say, the goddess of death, they'll repurpose it, and they won't level the building. It costs too much to rebuild. They'll just redecorate. Same thing they did at Istanbul to the Sophia. Like, it used to be a church, then it used to be a mosque. They didn't level it, they just redecorated and repurposed it for certain things. Or like in the Soviet Union, they took churches and made them into social clubs because they were persecuting religion. So, but they did level the building down. That's that is a waste of resources. Unless it was like a special project, but most of the time they'd be like, it's a building, it's got stone in it, cool, let's just use it on the inside for whatever we want to use. However, Lesnagor, which is the capital, and Lodenborough have been, whatever was there before has been leveled, and they've been built from scratch. And Sigil does mention that the buildings are all made of, like, particular white stone that is quarried up in the North Mountains of the Ravidian Empire. And this stone is, like, there are, how do I put this? Not government regulations, but religious regulations on how to build things. He doesn't know why, but it does mention here that all cathedral designs need to be approved by the Holy Order. Like, by not by the Holy Order, but the church. By the Church of the Lady. And, like, the two cathedrals, the main one in Lesnagor and this one, had to be approved by the Divine Lady herself. Like, they went, she got the blueprints, and she put her stamp of approval, and then they got built. And there are certain, like, they call it divine symmetry, of, like, certain dimensions of rooms need to be this size, the thickness of walls needs to be this thick. Like, some of this shit was extremely specific. With a 16, Trial does notice, like, I don't see the importance of this, but they always, like, the excuse for why it needs to be this way has always been, it's divine symmetry. It is a conduit to transfer the power of the lady better to the masses. Because what you notice, the religion in Ravinia is heavily based on hymnal singing. So, you know, all of the sermons are based off in singing. You know, following a melody. It's like regular Christian churches, I guess. And so all of the priests have to know how to sort of project their voice and sing better. So a lot of these buildings were built for better acoustics, and that's the excuse. But with a 16, with Sigil here, and with you guys are kind of figuring out the level of specificity is probably not just for acoustics. This has some sort of ritualistic idea. There is a reason why they're built a certain way. And obviously he says that he knows that the cathedral in Lodenborough has a basement, like the multiple layers of the basement, and that has, like, this is not in this book. He's like, this is something that's kept by the head architect of Lodenborough and passed on to the next one. It's like a secret knowledge in a way. But he also mentioned that when it was built, the Divine Lady, in the same level of obsession with detail, has mandated certain rules as to why and how everything needs to be built. Lesnagor, the building in Lesnagor, the main one, also has these, but it wasn't as stringent as Lodenborough. That's what you get. He does say, like, there's no secret doors. It's like he knows a few entrances to the basement from multiple places inside the cathedral. You found one of them, Baax, by accident. But he knows a few others that are less obviously in the middle of the hall. But most of them are, like, not in use, because he only uses them once every few years to go and check on, like, the first seal to make sure that it's sealed. And he hasn't done it in the last 18 years because he's been on the run. So it probably has been... Nobody knows what... Like, there's a door that's always locked and nobody knows where it leads and nobody bothers with it. Like, that's probably where you're at.
He's just been, like, super busy.
Yeah, super busy not try not to die from the fiends. On that note, gotta make a roll.
Make a big roll.
Gotta make it easy.
Oh boy.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So Soldana, give me a D4 roll, please.
Yes. D4.
Mm-hmm.
Okie dokie. Very scared. Let's go.
3. So it takes Trarel and Sigil about 3 days to corroborate, because obviously Sigil burnt the plans, right? He has everything in his memory. So using this book, he kind of looks at you guys and mentions, like, I mean, I'm not going to redraw the entire plans of the complex, like all of the layers. And especially, like, I've never been to the bottom layers. I just remember them because they've been drawn. But he's making like a map of the first floor of the cathedral, which is present here in this book, and he's marking where the entrances are, and you kind of are discussing which is the best way to get in if you had to, how long it would take, what is the best time, and it's kind of including the planning of if you had to go, which way you would pick. So I'd say it takes them about 3 days to discuss the most optimal route, because of course they consult you, they talk to other people, but that's kind of the plan. Unless you had another question that you would like them to look at. Something simple. If it's architecture related, something simple like that. But what I'm saying is this is as much information as you'll get. There isn't gonna be like, here be a secret treasure room.
Here's the antechamber to the goddess's most secret and vulnerable chamber.
And basically, unlike other religions, the Ravinian Empire sort of came quite late into this world, to the point where they never had to deal with religious persecution. Do you know what I mean? They never, because their god was literally with them, they never had to be like, oh, we are a small cult believing in this goddess. Everybody else's gods are, and priests of those gods are hunting us down. It was more of the priests of the other gods have not been talking to their gods for years, and then this divine lady shows up and says, yeah, I'm a steamroll all over you. So they never had to have, like, hiding chambers in their churches. Never bothered. They just built them as an impact of power, and, like, we are the only religion with a living goddess in, like, around us. You can't fuck with us. We're just gonna build this giant monument to her here. So you get that impression that, like, any hidden room, like, everything is on display. There isn't really hidden rooms.
Well, I mean, yeah.
Okay.
There's no sign that says "Here be dragons."
No, unfortunately, no sign that
Here
says
be
here be dragons.
But you did say, like, Luddenburg was built near a portal or on a portal spot or something, right? At some point.
Well, you find that out
And
later. Yeah,
it's-
like, yeah.
Yeah, and it's likely that this point was literally where this child was. It's not, and so there was probably already a chamber there to begin with that the person then got incarcerated in.
I mean, considering Laudenburg is one of the only, like, latest cities to have been built, and that has been 1,000 years ago.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible it could have been built over an existing temple or something.
Could be, you don't know. To your best knowledge, the book never mentions what was there before. It's a bit of propaganda. You'd think in a theocracy. There's a little bit of propaganda here. Cool. I'm gonna go back to you, Baax, real quick, because I feel like Gabe is just gonna steamroll all over my thing. I'm gonna give a bit of exposition first.
Gabe is waiting. He's like, let me at him.
I know you, man.
I am a patient man.
You're charging that nat 20. Okay.
Hey, he is just drinking his alcohol and supercharging it
There we
off it,
go.
and when the longer you wait, the more drunk you'll get, and the more chaotic you'll have him.
But
so
also-
honestly, you should maybe give him a chance.
I'm
now.
giving you all exposition so that when you actually inevitably roll a nat 20 to decipher his journal, you're gonna get all the answers. But first,
I'm gonna find out who we had a crush on in 3rd grade.
exactly. So I'm gonna say, so that takes you 2 days. That takes Trial 3 days. Out of the 6 days, you have other books you want to look at. Which one do you want to look at next?
Well, realistically, I'd want to look at the origin and history of the Feywild, because if I have any assumption that these portals, where they are, and how, stuff like that,
Cool.
and, where they might lead to, whether it's like these portals with just like a big fucking portal out in the middle of nowhere, if they
Okay.
needed like a dedicated portal inside of a temple or something, I don't know.
So for this, do you go to Belloir to ask him for help?
What? I mean, I guess.
You do remember.
It kind of like I'm a little reluctant because, like, he kind of has dementia, so
Well,
not as previously as his wife, but
Belloir
like
doesn't.
he's still.
His wife does. He still has his
Yeah.
faculties because he's younger than his wife. And
Yeah, he's got like 1 year to go.
yeah, you also
Yeah, he's
remember
dry.
that he actually has lived in the lands of the elves before coming to Ravinia ages ago. But he was born there and he lived there, and so did his wife.
All right. Well,
and
you
so-
wouldn't
and
have
so-
mentioned it if it wasn't nice, so I'd bring him in.
Yeah. All I mean to say is he's gonna give you advantage and lower the DC for what you need to look for, because he can actually, like, tell you certain, like, because again, the elves have been cut off from the Feywild for the last 1,000 years. He is still considered quite young at 700. Well, he's nearing that 700 years. The
Fucking
portals.
baby.
Yeah, the portals started sort of going haywire about 1,000 years-ish ago, but they haven't, like, that's when they noticed, like, no new portals would open up. It's more like the old regular portals to the Feywild would start to slowly close. So he,
Hey, Bellow!
he wouldn't maybe even, you don't know, maybe he remembers a final portal that closed before people went into Feywild. You don't know.
Is there like a boomer elf at the time? It's like, back in my day, the portals were 40 feet wide.
Well,
okay, Grandpa.
You realize that after 1,000 years of this, there is very few elves who are still conscious that remember the Feywild.
Will it lower the DC more if I bring in the mother too? Because she might go like, oh.
I'd say
It's a
Trarrell kind
Vietnam
of
flashback.
asks you not to bother his mom because she's better, but she still has these episodes.
dementia.
She has these episodes, and he doesn't want to like upset her.
Yeah, like bring in the Vietnam flashback, like when the portals fell.
All right, give me. This one would be. You know what? This would be an investigation. Or history. Investigation or history.
I feel like history is more. I mean, it's the same roll. It's +5.
Sure,
so.
you pick, and you give me with advantage.
So 21.
21. That's pretty good. DC was 20 for this. So, when you talk to Bellower about this, the origin and history of Feywild, this particular book, Bellower, when he sees it, he is impressed because he says, like, a lot of original history and myths and gods and legends are actually not banned, but they're not common knowledge in the Ravinian Empire. So the fact that Thomas has this means he must have at some point either made a journey up to, from Lesnagor up to, like, there is an island in the Elven lands where some elves do interact with outsiders. Nobody is technically allowed on the main elf island unless you're a pureblood elf. They're kind of really racist about that. But there is an island where they trade, and, like, some elves do leave the lands of the elves, and then they might write a book. But, it's not as common. So Thomas having this is quite interesting, because obviously Belor has books like this, but Thomas is a human. Like, why would he have this? But he does mention that this is a legitimate book, and you can believe the writing in this. He says, like, the last name of this elf, like, of the person who wrote this book, sounds familiar. He might have been an elf who left the Elven lands.
Yeah, he might have been your cousin.
He's trying to learn of every creature in the multiverse so he can be the supreme racist.
Mm-hmm. So basically,
racism at that point. Like, I don't know if it's challenging, but yeah.
The idea of Feywild, sort of the book explains that it kind of originated. Nobody knows where it originated because it's always been there. Some say that it's been used to be a world of unbridled magic. It is something where everything, down to a blade of grass, a grain of sand, was imbued with magic. And because of that, it was always in a state of flux. And some say it's like a reflection of a particular world. So if a world has a mountain here, Feywild would have a mountain, but it would be like a mountain that is living and talking and doing things, but it doesn't move. Some say that people who traveled through the multiverse couldn't find the world that the Feywild has been based off, or maybe, some worlds got destroyed. It doesn't matter. It's always been there. And the Feywild is interesting about it. Unlike other worlds, like the Nine Hells, it's really difficult to get a portal into Nine Hells. It's hard to, build one. Or the Elemental Plane of Fire, you need a volcano. Or, like, for Elemental Plane of Water, you need either a waterfall or a whirlpool or, like, the deepest, darkest part of the ocean to open a portal. The Feywild...
Lots of water.
Yeah, the Feywild, because it's so fucking chaotic, sometimes it is the only realm that opens portals into a variety of different realms random. Like, there seems to be no pattern or discernible logic to how these portals open. Sometimes, sometimes it could be like some elves have been in a world, an immortal world, have been summoning this portal and trying to build and call the Feywild, and then it wouldn't show up. And then a human being just is walking on a road and randomly a portal pops up and he falls into the Feywild. Like, and you're like, You had these priests
Oh my.
begging for an entrance, and then this random human just isekai'd. So it's isekai logic. It's like it's fucking random.
Japanese people. Oh.
Damn it, Japan.
Let
Yeah.
me all introduce you foreigners to the wonders of Japanese rice and soy sauce.
Exactly. But no, basically what Ava just said, just take a left at Albuquerque for the Feywild. It's absolutely
the
random.
piping hot rice.
And
I haven't tasted this in months.
yeah, and sometimes you
I
find
sure love a jelly-filled donut.
you find that the
So sorry, Natalie. So sorry.
you find that the portals are, some of them occur simply because they want a particular person to go into the Feywild or out of the Feywild, and then they disappear instantly. Or some portals stay open for hundreds of years. There is no rhyme or logic, and they could just close. It is literally like, oh, you thought you saw a pattern? Fuck you. That's what it feels like to be in the Feywild. The Feywild just says, you thought you saw a pattern. You thought you're smarter than me. Well, eat shit. I'm gonna do something completely crazy. And so, you know, the Belluar tells you that in the land of the elves, and so does this book, it says that there were, let me actually bring up a map. 1 second. I haven't been in Asgar's map in a while. But let me load. So there were a few places in the, where's the most recent one? Hold on. Yeah, there we go. So there've been a few places in the Sea of Flindraith, which is the name of the land, the name of the Elven lands. I guess. Oh, there we go. Yeah. So it had 2 known portals that were open at all times. One of them in the city of. 1 second. In the city of.
The intense zoom in your eyes with those.
Yeah, the Derekita, and another one in the city of Kiliski. They're sort of, the portals have been there for at least 2,000 years. They're the ones that kind of had a settlement built around them. Most places don't have portals, at least in the Sea of Flindraith, but these 2 were the famous ones, okay? These 2 were the ones that actually, you know, lasted long enough to make it into the history books. There used to be rituals that Belluar tells you about, that he remembers ancestors of his, you know, the council, the ruling council of the Sea of Flindraith. They used to discuss these, and these people used to talk to each other, and they, you know, some of them were elders, that he remembers, you know, starting to go really senile by the time he was still a very young elfling. That they mentioned that, like, there was whenever somebody would, like, reach a certain age where they need to go into the Feywild or start losing their mind, there was, like, a ritual they could do to open this portal by invoking the names of particular, like, patron deities. If you worship, like, they worship a pantheon of gods, they believe in all of them, but of course some of these gods, like, take a liking to certain people, and if a god takes a liking to you, some people will be like, hey, yo, my grandpa is getting a bit senile, could you open a portal to the Feywild real quick so he can go, like, recharge and then come back? And then this person who's favored by, I guess, like, elderly or, like, the Fox of Home could be like, yeah, sure, okay, and asks his god, and if the Fox of Home is in a good mood, he'll open up a portal. It's very relaxed, in a way.
Fox of Home, you say? Takes
yes.
notes.
No, there's a bunch of different, like, a pantheon of deities that used to be. They don't do this anymore. Like, it used to be.
Yeah, don't worry, I'm just making a hit list.
But basically, those 2 portals were the only ones that stayed open for a while, because, like, elves used to live for eternity. Like, until you're dead, you're basically immortal. And, but unfortunately, they have to, like, because all of them originate from the Feywild. They are not natives to Esthara or any other physical realm. They are basically creatures of such intense magic that if they stay too far away, cut off from the Feywild for too long, they have to kind of make a pilgrimage to go recharge that magic, in a way. And so, a lot of, you know, scholars nowadays think the reason why the elves are going senile is because the portals no longer open. They are fully cut off from the Feywild, and their souls are trying to go back to the Feywild, and they can't, and so the souls leave the bodies here. And that's why they go senile. But, it's all a theory. Nobody really knows why. They have no contact with the other realms, or elves in the other realms. They have no contact with the Feywild anymore. They can't tell. But the idea of it was, elves would go to the Feywild to kind of, chat to their ancestors, chill out in the glades, chat with the fairies and whatever, and recharge in the magic. And they could always, go back to whatever world they came from to live there for another few years, and then they have to go back to the Feywild again for a month or two. For mortal beings, time is relative, so if you haven't seen your great-great-great-grandfather for 100 years, you're like, yeah, he'll probably be back. I'll be living for forever. He'll be living for forever. We'll meet at some point. So, it's never been an issue. If you, parted ways with someone, you'll probably meet them again at some point. Unless they met an accident. That would be, the only way you'd die.
Boy, do I have a comic book recommendation for you, Natalie.
For later. but the whole idea here is, parting is the way time used to flow. Nowadays, the elves are a lot more conscious of time because they only have 700 years before they completely go senile. But that was not the case before. And obviously nowadays there is not a single working portal in any of the Feywild or any of Esthara that goes to the Feywild. There's not a single one. If there was, the last one, which was the final one in the city of Derekitra, it closed, they want to say about 850-ish years ago. That's it. And no sudden openings, isekai people and things, has not been happening since then. Or if it has, there's been no record of it. As you're reading this, by the way, you hear a pop, and Meat shows up next to you with a hunk of lamb. For those of you who don't know, Meat is a Fey golden retriever that these guys have picked up in a glade, randomly, who has been kind of laying low in the city, because, Fey golden retriever.
He's been such a good boy.
Yeah, but he, appeared in this mansion, and, Belloar sees him, and he goes, he suddenly goes still when he sees this dog. The dog is just wagging his tail.
Childhood puppy?
And he comes up to Baax and drops, a haunch of... You look at the size of this thing, it looks like a chicken leg, but it looks like a giant chicken leg. And it's cooked.
Hey man, more food for us. Am I right?
He just drops in front of you. And then, as Belloar is explaining these, explanation of these portals and how to, go in between the Feywild, he kind of freezes after looking at this dog. And then the dog is just, looking at you guys, normally. And then he goes, what? Hold on. Is this... How did it... Did it just blink in here?
Oh, yeah,
Mate.
he does that.
You misunderstand. That's a legendary Fenrir.
No, he kind of goes, where did you find this?
Who's that? Pokemon!
As
Ditto!
Meat kind of wags his tail at you and looks like he wants to be called a good boy for bringing you a giant chicken leg. He kind of looks over at Belloar, cocks his head like this.
Oh, he kind of just found us, really.
And Belloar sort of reaches out his hand to Meat, who is a little bit wary at first, and comes up and sniffs it. But after he starts sniffing Belloar, he suddenly starts just licking him, and toppling him over.
No, please.
And then Belloar sits up, hugs the dog, and goes oh, I thought I've seen the last of these. Aren't you a good boy?
What is he?
He goes, oh, this is a Fey Guardian. These creatures come in all sorts of cute little pet shapes. They sometimes are foxes, sometimes they're badgers, sometimes they're dogs, sometimes they're cats.
Spiders.
And he kind of looks at never birds or insects. It's always some small and fluffy thing. I don't know why.
What about snakes?
No, I've not seen snakes. I think it's more of two.
It's a mammal.
No.
It's like a mammal. Yeah,
Has to be a mammal.
It has to be a mammal because I think it's more of a. Disarming.
Hey, wait. A spider is not an insect; it's an arachnid.
Well, I'm not sure. I've not seen any
Let's put it
spider
this way, Mads.
guardian deities.
They don't have an exoskeleton.
Indeed.
Man.
Now, what was I going to say? Yes, these
That's a good
little guardian doggos well, they're dogs, cats, something fluffy. It's always something fluffy. I don't know. Maybe they can actually change form. They're technically shapeshifters in a way, but they sort of find a form that they prefer and they stick to it. This one's a golden retriever. A lot of them are golden retrievers, actually. It's a common thing.
Okay, wait. Can they turn into people?
No, they always are.
What if it's a very hairy person? Can it not turn into?
I don't think so. So
hear me out.
right,
Hear me out.
can I finish
Meat.
explaining what these are?
No, hang on. Meat.
No.
Turn into the size of a horse.
Give me an animal handling check.
Hell yeah, brother.
Can I assist it by saying what word it is to say grow in like
Sure, do it with advantage.
what's in Sylvan? Oh hell yeah!
What is it?
21.
21. 21. Sure. One second here. Yes. Then Meat kind of does a little woof and then grows into. He's a golden retriever the size of a horse.
Hell yeah, battle mount achieved. Let's go.
Can I ride him?
Sure. Climb
He doesn't
up.
have a saddle.
You easily climb up him. His fur is too soft though, so you need to give me an athletics check to hold on to him of DC 20.
How the hell do we easily climb up on him?
Because he lies down. But the moment you get on him and about to sit
Like,
up,
whoa.
he stands up and you're like about to start sliding off of him. So give me an athletics. 16?
You see, he's so soft, you just start sinking into the fur, and like, you think to yourself, like, haha, he's fluffy. And then you sink further and further, and you're like, oh god, help me, help me.
Basically.
Sounds like a.
Give me an athletics roll.
creatures.
I'm already on him. I already rolled.
What was it, 16?
Yeah.
Yeah, you hold on for a little bit, but then you start sliding, and as you slide off, you drop down to the ground with an oof. You take 1 point of damage. Don't mark it, because the next day you'll heal it up.
Skill issue.
You're just like, you just bumped your knees, and then Meat turns around and goes, and immediately shrinks back to his original size and starts licking your boo-boo. As Belwar continues explaining about these guardian deities, he says that, the elves, the Feywild basically contains, there's a pantheon of gods that we sort of, the elves believed in. I'm a true Ravinian, so I've changed my beliefs, but as a history, one must know. And similar to the goddess here, the sort of the pantheon of 7 deities of the elven kind are alive and well in the Feywild. They are like considered on a level of Archfey of some sort. Oh. They are, I guess, yeah, they are alive and well. We don't really deem them as like an unachievable, unreachable deity. It used to be that if you lived in the Feywild, you could just, go to a deity's house for an appointment, have a conversation, maybe invite them to a party. Sometimes they'll come, sometimes they won't, because they're busy or they don't like you.
I've come for my yearly Fey dental appointment.
But a lot of it is like, a lot of temples to them, whenever you would do a ritual, they'd show up. I mean, this is the reason why I was attracted to the Ravinian Empire and the religion here, because I feel like the Lady of Light has a very similar relationship with her followers. It's very close. Very close and personal, which I believe is the true way of dealing with things. Well, anyway.
He says that Ferverand just be.
So there's a few of these deities and guardian deities.
He's an heretic.
Yeah, guardian deities especially. They usually are mostly sort of related to Eldery, which is the Fox of Home. He's the Hearth Guardian and Keeper of Wanderers, and sort of he's a god of like travel and protection and hospitality. A lot of the time, whenever you would build a house in the Feywild or in some other dimension, to sort of always make a way to be able to go home to the Feywild, you would always put a shrine to Eldery, and I guess he's sort of an archfey who likes the shape of a fox, but sometimes does transform into a or an elf, not a human, but one second, just.
Could you ever take the time to maybe tell me about the
Oh yes, I have books. I have books on this. There's tons of this. It's old lore, old world lore that it's fairy tales in a way. There's a lot of fairy tales. So the idea of Elvery, the Fox of Home, basically, in a way, like he tends to, all of these guardian deities were creatures that were at first were blessed by him to be sort of either guarding a particular patch of sacred land, or to be there to guide lost travelers through the Feywild from one point to another. Because the Feywild, it's like, how do I explain this? It's a dimension, but it's a way, like, it constantly changes. It's in constant flux. So if a building was here once, you leave the Feywild, you come back, and there's a new building on that place, and that building has relocated somewhere else. It's really hard to navigate. It's a nightmare to navigate.
Horrible real estate, I see.
It's horrible real estate, nightmare to navigate, and so these sort of animal guardians or guardian creatures, they not only protect a certain area, they sometimes help you find a way back to this building that you've had. So a lot of people, when they build a house in the Feywild for continuous living, would get one of these creatures to help guide guests or relatives to come into their house when they want to visit the Feywild. That's what it used to be. I mean, I've never been to the Feywild. I don't know. This is all stories from elders who now probably are all, I guess, dead. They're not really dead, but as mentally dead.
Super dead.
So they're not super dead, they're like half dead.
Alzheimer's.
Yeah, they're not there. Their bodies are entombed in tombs, but their minds are gone. But
they have Alzheimer's, but the symptoms are remembering their life.
Yeah, well, we're still kind of we do have like spoken. It's only been one generation back, so my parents still been to the Feywild, and or like my progenitors. We call them here you say parents. We call them biological progenitors. They've been to the Feywild, so they've told me stories about it. They've told other people stories about it, but So yes,
Who's your great grandpa?
I've never met him. He's in the Feywild somewhere, alive and well. Probably never meet him again.
Grandpapa!
Grandpapa, I've come for your assistance. It's been a while.
So basically, again, to summarize it all, these creatures, they either guard an area or are made as like guides to move from point to point, and they were created by Elvery. Elvery. I made the word and I can't pronounce it. But basically, this god is actually the one who you petition to create a portal or doorway to the Feywild, because he is the only one who probably will. The other gods, unless they like you, they won't let you go. But Elvery, his whole job is to let you go home. So if you have relatives in the Feywild, like, hey, I want to go visit my great-great-grandpa. Oh, great, Ellery, please open a portal close to me so I don't have to travel fucking I don't know how many miles to get to
please, please,
Yeah.
open the door, please, please.
So it's like, basically, I don't...
He charges you.
Yeah, I don't have to, like, travel however many miles to the standard portal. Can you please open one closer? And Ellery, if he likes you, or if you have a guardian deity, or like a guardian pet like this in your house, guardian spirit, through that spirit he might lead you to the nearest area where he will open a portal for you. These are usually like just per person or per group.
You like ask him to open a portal, like, please, Mr. God, I just want to see my grandmother again. I haven't seen her for 847 years, and I really miss her apple pie recipe. Just one day will be enough. And you just hear a soft whisper in your head go, make it worth my while.
Oh god. Okay, well, I'm gonna stop you right there. But
I feel like there's a soap drop over there.
So from
Something's not right.
Yeah,
Abort.
from Belor, you hear about Ellery, and he sort of, the moment like he mentions the elven name. So Ellery is the way like mortals refer to the god when he says it in Elvish. Ears perk up of meat, and he starts hopping around and smiling, and then like suddenly he gets really sad and just sits there. And so Belor says, like, most guardian spirits, there are some that still exist in the Sea of Flindraith. However, a lot of them have lost touch with the Feywild, and they've just gone out of existence and never returned. That's how the Sea of Flindraith knew that something was wrong, and they were fully cut off from the Feywild, because there's barely any guardian spirits left. So there is basically barely any way home from Esthara. And even the ones that are left are much weaker than they used to be. They don't really blink as much anymore. They can't just go in between the Feywild and back anymore. It's a sad, sad struggle. So seeing one randomly in Ravinia, not associated with any, like, elven house, surprising. And he's, like, immediately like, where did you find him? Like, was he in, like, some sort of a building? Did you meet some sort of a family? Is he someone else's sort of guardian deity? Like, where, or, like, guardian spirit? Where'd you find it? He immediately asks you billion questions.
We found him here. On this random map, in this random Fey-like garden, and he was alone, ownerless, and anyone who was living there is probably dead, so he came with us.
You know when you find a dumpster kitty? Yeah.
He kind of sits down. He sits down and he says, like, right, I'm gonna try to commune with him because the Council of the Six, who are like the elders in the Sea of Flindraith, they used to have a singular guardian deity, which was a panther, called forth by one of the houses who still had a lot of ties to the Feywild. That is still, like, he doesn't know if it's still alive to this day. He's been in Ravinia for like 500 years, but before he left, it was like the last guardian spirit alive. So they did teach him a way to ask particular questions. Like, they don't speak a language. They communicate in, like, feelings and sometimes scents and sometimes images, but it, like, you need to be able to tell them what you want, and then they're very receptive. And so he said, if you want, he can sit down and, like, ask Meat about why and how he's here, and then teach you how to do it later.
Meat, why are you here?
No, but, like, do you want him to do it, is my question. He asked your permission.
I mean, if you want to commune with the dog, you're gonna keep the dog, but you gotta keep the name as a Meat.
Listen, Meat, this is very important. I need you to listen to me with all of your focus. I need you to open a portal to the liquor store right now. Daddy needs a vodka.
He needs his shot, please.
Give me an animal handling check.
No, please, no. Get a one. Oh.
17. Meat, like, says, and then he disappears, and Belware goes, fascinating. I've not seen one do it in so long. Where does he go? And then immediately he reappears, and there's a bottle of really expensive Charmontian wine in his mouth. And then Belware's like, wait, that's from my cellar. And he, like, puts it in front of you and he goes,
don't worry.
Thank you, Meat. I give him a treat.
You could have just asked for it.
Yeah, Belware's like...
No, this was better.
Yeah, Belware's looking at him, and he goes like, fascinating. This house has a lot of magical warding against, like, teleportation and other things. After we got attacked by that succubus, I've invested a lot of money to prevent creatures from coming in here, and that's why
I guess it wasn't good enough.
Yeah, and he looks at
I guess
Zigil.
you invested in some really shitty people.
No, he looks at Zigil and he kind of goes, so, which is why it's safe for you to stay here. And even if the, I guess, fiends who are after you know about your existence, they won't be able to get you while you're on the premises of this building. It's like, no, I didn't actually have any protection before because I thought Ravinian Empire was safe until we got attacked in our house, and that was about a month ago. So I've invested a lot of money into...
Yeah, that was because of Baax.
Yeah, so I invested a lot of money to put things in this building to prevent uninvited guests, basically. So
Okay, you're blaming me, but sorry, Bella, you lived for 700 years. You need something. You need to be able to protect yourself too.
Listen.
He lived. No, listen. He lived for 700 years, and not once did he have a loaded gun next to his bed until you arrived.
Until I arrived, he was like, them damn dirty dragons coming.
Well, he kind of goes like, well, I've always been a respectable member of the society, and oh, you can see the tail of Archie. He just left. But basically, like, I was a respectable member of society, and Laudenburgh's always been very safe. The Holy Order has been doing a great job. I never thought I needed any kind of security. Well, now I have it, so you'll be fine. So, which is why it's surprising that we can bypass
fought like hundreds of bandits in 700 years. We can barely go out these days without, like, finding 500 bandits.
That's very odd. That's not how it used to be. It's only the last, like, 20 plus so years it started getting really bad.
Well, still, you should have been better.
Saldana, him saying in the last 20 years it started getting really bad, starts giving you flashbacks to the fact that you do remember that when you were younger, your father was part of the Holy Order, and he did say, like, on the lands of the Ravinian Empire, deep, like, if you weren't at the border, it was as safe as it could be. The Holy Order used to be an iron fist that would hold the law, and nobody would break it, because if you did, you got killed quickly. Or got tried, judged, and worse. Like, if your crime wasn't murder, if your crime was something like stealing or whatever, you were just put into, like, punishing camps until you were done with your sentence, and then you were, like, free labor, building things, or fixing things, or, you know, indentured servitude of some kind. And then, you know, you would be released once you're done, and you would be reformed. And if you did it 3 more times, it was a death sentence. It was much, much better back in the day. But when you joined the army, it was still this safe in like, you remember in, like, your village, you could leave your kid alone in the house with other, like, members of the village, and it was safe. You never were robbed or anything. At the border, it was a different story. But as the empire was expanding, every new place it took, it would, like, hold it with an iron fist. But the moment you got closer to some other countries, it's free real estate, you know, you can't really control everything. But you do recall, like, this 20-year thing hits you, and you remember your campaign in Night Favisia, the fact that there was a really important book that you were supposed to deliver, your commander, who you later find out was working for the Fiends all along, and, you know, it just hits you like, maybe a lot of the unrest that's in the Empire has been made on purpose.
Your fault. It's all your fault. No, all your
it's all
fault.
Ferverand's fault.
No, like, what I don't understand is that, like, y'all have no protection, because, like, there's some zealous motherfuckers out here, and at the same breath, there's also the possibility of, like, serial killers. Did you never worry that some dude would hate rich people, Belluar?
No! I mean, look at the Holy Order. They just patrol everything everywhere. If anybody tried to get into my house, the Holy Order would be here within a few seconds.
I just want to point out that I gave Natalie one thing to do, and he didn't do it.
What was it?
Bring the book to the lady herself, no one else.
Oh yeah, no,
directly to the lady.
Yes, that was for Saldana to do.
The one job.
The one job. So for those of you who don't know, it's been a while back.
You shouldn't have died.
We've revealed that Ferverand actually used to
rescue you from a fucking torture chamber.
Right,
then,
let me give you the background. So Ferverand and Saldana used to be war buddies, but Ferverand was in the infiltrate and interrogate in the spy division, while Saldana was in
espionage.
The scout division. But they, you know, off time, they used to be buddies. And then one time, Saldana was sent in as a scout to scout the area, while Ferverand was deep into some cult shit in that area. And then Saldana's team got caught and tortured by said cult. And Ferverand, not to blow his cover, couldn't save them. Until...
Not immediately.
Yeah, until he did Saldana, and then he found the thing he infiltrated the cult for, which was a book. And he told Saldana, you know, when they were running away, he realized, oh shit, one of us can only survive in these marshes. Gave it to Saldana and sent to bring it to the lady, and then he died. And then he was brought back by the Divine herself, but not completely.
Not very divine.
You know, I'm beginning to remember. Saldana, you're the only one of us who hasn't died yet, so we need to fix that at some point.
Oh yeah.
Listen, I'm still waiting for Bumblebee to show up with a fucking Deus Ex Machina. Danny can die at that point, and we can call it even.
Yeah.
I'm not dying.
But
I'm
basically,
the only one who's gonna be surviving.
But basically, yeah. And then Saldana gave the book to her commanding officer, who happened to be the Crimson Death, the famous assassin. But nobody knew because she infiltrated it quite well. She infiltrated the Rangers
Thomas is
quite
Bumblebee.
well. And then, you know, it's been 20 years ago. It's old news. But yeah, the security got worse, and he's like, now I finally, like, put some magical security on the building. So yeah, the dog, brings it over and he says, like, it's fascinating. It's one of the only guardian creatures or spirits I see that can actually, well, they call it blinking, that can actually blink into existence and back. Usually they do it into the Feywild, but it seems like he might be doing it into the ethereal plane? I don't know. I'm gonna go talk to him. And he, like, picks up the golden retriever, who just, like, cuddles in his arms and, like, starts sniffing his neck. He seems to be very comfortable with Belor, who's a full-blooded elf, probably smells of the Feywild. As he walks over to a couch in the same room, and then starts just petting the dog and rocking, and then he's, like, you hear him, like, saying things in Elvish, and the dog is just, like, doing weird snorts and grunts and stuff.
Hey, Sylvan works better.
Silver rights!
He nods and starts speaking Sylvan to the dog. The dog's like, bum, bum, bum. So that's gonna take a while.
That's an interesting proposal you made to that.
Yeah, as that's taking a while,
It's the difference between basic glasses and monocles, alright? You gotta be... you gotta be rich.
Alright, let's just say that, to skip this a little bit, let's just say that this is the day of you discussing portals and explanations. Do you have any follow-up questions on this to Belloar? And I'm just gonna give you the answer now, and then I'll tell you what he finds out from the dog.
Do you know what was at Laudenburg before?
He says,
The ground.
Kind of looks
Shut
up.
up.
Kind of looks up. He kind of gives you a look and says, well, there's different stories as what you used to be here, and then kind of looks at Ferverand real quick.
Don't mind me, I'm just listening in.
And he goes, well, the stories are there used to be heretical druids in this place that the lady has.
Oh my god! I throw parchment at him.
Oh my lord!
Ow.
Where?
No, but, like, this is pretty big, this is normal knowledge in Ravinia, that there used to be heretical druids that lived in, this sort of place, and the reason why most of the cities around Laudenburg weren't leveled to the ground. Laudenburg used to be, like, didn't have a city. It was, like, a tent city. It's, like, a temporary location where, it's like Burning Man. A bunch of hippie druids used to come here, and have, like, a party near a tree. But the idea was they used to do, like, human sacrifices, and they used to worship some bloodthirsty gods, and they started terrorizing, like, the local villages by, like, they ran out of sacrifices, and there's a lot of
kind of people.
There's a lot of shit going, like, stories that are told, and, like, the idea that the lady has had enough and she usually negotiated with whatever city she took and be like, I'm gonna keep your king here, but he's not gonna be a king, he's gonna be a lord of the city. As long as we put an archbishop here, you can keep your same positions you had, your own central governance, that's fine, but you just answer to me, right? This is your land, but you're under my umbrella. So, but this place was the only one that would not negotiate with the lady. Similar to Knight Favisia, they became hostile. They used to, they didn't bother trying to converse with her. They firmly believed in their false gods and refused to listen to her doctrine. And after getting a very bloody and those pagan rituals, she finally had enough, and she, leveled the area and built a city on top of it. That's the narrative. That's what everybody in Ravinia knows. So it's not really secret knowledge, what he just said. So he was just like, that's what used to be here. These heretical druids with the tree. I don't know what else to tell you. That's all I know. I came to Ravinia. This was ages ago. It's over 1,000 years ago. I wasn't born yet. But Baax...
Well, didn't you ask your papa? No, I'm kidding.
Baax, from this answer and from the way he's behaving, you
yeah,
clearly
I know
that
he's
he
keeping
doesn't want to
information
say it in
secret
fucking front of
from
Ferverand, okay?
Aaron. I know.
So,
That's
by the
also
way,
why I threw the parchment at him, but like,
Yeah.
remember.
By the way, all of this information about about guardian deities, like guardian spirits, and the elven archfey, this information isn't heretical in and of itself, as long as you don't, like, you know this, as long as they don't worship these gods anymore, and they worship the lady, it's fine to know about them. They used to exist. It's a fact, especially the Feywild ones, because they're not technically gods, they're kind of spirits that were just worshipped as gods. So as long as the elves don't he doesn't worship them, not a heretic.
Well, that's fine. Anyway,
It's not Warhammer Universe. Just simple knowledge of demons doesn't summon them. That's not how it works.
I'll just like do the fucking cross of the lady or whatever the fuck symbol she has, and I just get cringed by my god. Like, what the hell are you doing?
Yeah.
Pretty weird.
Yeah. But yeah, so cool. At the end of the day, he comes back to you. This takes you about a day to read through this book. If you want to know any more, like, secret knowledge, he, like, after everybody goes to bed, or Ferverand, he doesn't sleep, but, like, you know, he can try to get you in a private room to tell you if you want, but you'll need to give me a stealth check to see if Ferverand notices you sneaking out.
I mean, it's a big house. Do I really need a stealth roll to get in the room alone with a person?
Ferverand, does he need a stealth roll? Are you keeping an eye on him, or are you letting him...
Are you gonna be in my ass, buddy? You gonna be in my ass?
Listen,
In your
buddy.
ass?
You have to beat a passive 17.
I mean, are you specifically going after us?
No, but, like,
Sure.
listen, Ferverand heard this conversation
Well,
between
he
the
said
two
he
of you.
said sure. He said sure, so I have to.
Yep.
All right. Time for Mission Impossible. Give me a nat 20. That's a
You're gonna get, like,
the 16.
Well, I mean, it's not a 17 or higher.
Yeah.
So.
Ferverand, you notice after this conversation, Baax says like, "Oh, I'm gonna go." Well, tell me, how are you trying to leave the room where you guys are at?
Oh, excuse me.
I'm so tired. I'm gonna go to this room and rest a bit.
Yeah, Ferverand,
I'm just gonna go read.
you're pretty sure.
I'll
You're pretty
just be
sure.
like-
yeah, you did notice
It's-
that
it's been a-
conversation. Yeah.
I'll just be like, it's a tiring day at this point. Charles, you want to just hang out in the fucking, you know, what's it called? Fireplace, at the fireplace, and just chill.
Okay.
mean-
Sure. Yeah, and he's still holding the history book, kind of looking through it. Ferverand, it doesn't take a genius to know that Belloar kind of avoided the question that Baax asked him, and clearly he kind of knows what's being there, but doesn't say it. You let it go during that conversation, but now you put two and two together, and Baax is probably gonna go and get a real answer out of Belloar. It's up to you whether you want to follow them. It's up to you whether you want to ignore it. Your choice.
Well, you can be in the shadows, buddy. Come and invade me.
All right, sure. I'll sneak in since you so politely asked.
Give me a
That's
stealth
nice.
check. Or are you using your invisibility?
Since we're resting a few days, I'll just use my innate invisibility to go there completely undetected. As I don't even need to walk, I can just shadow
Cool.
teleport.
Give me an Arcana check. Just a straight Arcana check, real quick. What? Oh,
Just
what a
an
pee.
Arcana check.
My dog might want to go out to pee in a minute.
Let's see here.
Might take a
I'm not
break.
very good at those,
Uh,
but
13.
I get a 13.
you did hear that Belloar has placed some sort of magical wards in his house. And you don't know whether some of them might detect invisibility. You assume, like, Belloar isn't that paranoid, so that some of these might be on, like, the outer rooms or the outside. This sort of fireplace room is in the inner building, so it might be not warded. You don't know. With a 13, you're like, maybe, but is he that paranoid? I don't think he knows what he's doing. He's never had to, like, magic-proof his house. So
Don't worry, I've got. If I am caught, I have an explanation.
He has magic
yeah.
proof this house in past. It's just one room he magic roomed.
Yeah, so as you're going invisible and following Baax to whatever room he's going to, you hear, you look at the, like, you're invisible, but you're still corporeal, so you still have a shadow. But obviously, because you're in shadows, you're fine. You notice your shadow buddy kind of, speak in your mind, because while he has a mouth and he can speak out loud, he can still speak in your mind. And he kind of says, like, don't worry, if there is any wards, I'll tell you about them.
I thought
You know-
I thought it would be more like a. Don't worry, if I find any wards, you'll be the first to hear about it.
Sure, he sounds like this.
It's
Sure.
like putting it like his backhand caressing your cheek. Don't worry, I got you, buddy.
He never He never talks to me without stroking my ass cheek.
Sure, if you want him to be really sexually inappropriate with you, he can be. He's your shadow. Fine.
One hand on, it's like double cheeking you. One hand
Yeah.
on the actual cheek and one on
Yeah.
the bottom cheek.
And when he's whispering in your ear, he does a little blah. Cool.
Oh
He's
god.
got to lick it clean first before the words come in, so they aren't
Yes,
tainted by
indeed.
filth.
You do know.
This is an R-rated channel right now.
Yes,
I'm sorry,
indeed.
people.
You sneak into
Wasn't
this.
it already?
Yeah. Just give me. I mean, you are invisible, but you do make sound. Give me a stealth check with advantage. It's not very high DC, just to see how well you do. They can't see you.
I'll
but,
have you know, I can negate most sound by just teleporting between shadows. And assuming
very true.
assuming his house isn't entirely lit by pure neon lights, literally through every corridor, I could just jump between.
Fuck it, fine. You jump
You
behind a
forget
couch.
what this disco freak is.
As
No,
long
I'm
as you do not. The reason why you're doing the stealth check is to show that you're not moving or making any noise once you're there. So give me a stealth check, DC 10.
have a feeling he'll make it. I don't know why.
25. You're fine. I only asked in case you rolled a nat one. So whatever.
I'll have you know. I'll have you know. If I rolled a nat 1, I would get a minimum of 9.
Exactly. So, but nat 1 is like an automatic fail, just like nat 20 is an automatic crit. That's kind of how it works in my mind. Cool.
Hashtag sad.
Hashtag sad. The rest of you guys, Saldana, do you go with Baax? Or no? You just stay in the room?
Yeah, sure, I go with Baax. I go with Baax.
Cool. So Saldana and Baax go into the room with Belloir, still cradling Meat, who is just so comfortable cuddling with him on like a rocking chair. As he looks over at you, looks behind you, looks around, and says, "Close the door." You close the door behind you. It locks. It locks. He says, "Close the door." It locks. Trarel, Baax, and Saldana and he are here. So is Ferverand, but nobody has passive perception enough over 25 to notice you, so you can just sit there still behind the couch. For an hour.
Is my passive perception again?
No, it's not gonna be 25.
Not high enough.
It's not gonna be 25.
I know I had a high one.
It's not 25. At most, it's 20. So when you click on your character sheet, when you look at perception, it's the number that's to the right of your plus. So your perception is 17, your passive perception.
Okay.
So,
okay.
none of you notice he's here because he's keeping completely still.
May I try to make a perception check?
Why would you?
Would you be actively looking for him? Like,
No, I'm not actively looking for him.
So no.
even I, who's like the most paranoid here, would probably like. I've been with like Ferverand long enough that I'm comfortable in his presence. Even if I shouldn't be, I'm comfortable, so I wouldn't be actively checking.
Great. So Belloir is sitting there stroking the dog like I just am doing.
Or like,
Damn.
I'm comfortable.
Jeez.
Comfortable being
Fucking
uncomfortable
get a
with you.
room, boy.
Right. Anyway, none of you know
Yeah,
Ferverand
loud.
is here, and as Belloir is giving treats to Meat, he kind of looks at you guys and says, "So I've had a quick chat with Meat. Is it? He keeps saying his name is Meat, so I guess it's Meat.
His name is Meat.
Great.
Go on.
So he keeps telling me that he doesn't. He has been in that spot, in that field, that he said a field of good smelling flowers. For he doesn't know how long. He was put there by his master. He doesn't know his master's name. He just knows that the master was a very pretty woman, with beautiful red hair. And you know, she's an elf, and she gave him good treats. And she said, here's a nice meadow. You are now the guardian of this meadow. I'm planning to build a house nearby, next to this meadow, but it is your job. I have summoned you with the help of the god of Elrury to be the guardian of this meadow, and he has been guarding it for all this time. But there were no people there, and his master never came back. And nobody passed through the meadow for as long as he remembers, and you were the first people there.
Hashtag abandoned.
And then he realized, after years, I think he realized his master wasn't coming back for him, and he was very sad. And then he met you guys, and you guys, weren't monsters. So it's like monsters sometimes went into the meadow, but they got lost in the meadow, and he escaped them. And sometimes he had bad people come into the meadow trying to burn it or do something bad to it, and then he scared them away. But then you guys came to the meadow, and you guys were nice, and so he followed you. And he was very lonely at the meadow, and so he decided to come with you guys.
So if we say you're now the guardian of this meadow again, and then just never come back, we're cruel.
Hashtag simp.
So that's the sad
Anyway.
story of Meet the Guardian Spirit.
Is die
We're all
so
gone
sad.
now.
I wish to pet meat.
Meat is
He's-
loving
you're
all
not
the pets. He is loving all. Belluar gives you some treats, and these are strange treats. They smell of like
I am
wildflowers.
there. I went with Baax.
Yeah, they smell of wildflowers, and he says like
Let me get it straight. We're all together in a room, and you all collectively look at me and go, "Yeah, I'm gonna go to a different room," and just walk away.
yeah, because I was like imagining it was just like the way I said it was just, hey, I'm gonna go with Trell, and he was like, oh, I'm gonna go with Baxwell. I'm like, you know what? I mean, fair, I guess. But I'm just imagining like that Ferverand really is like fucking John Travolta looking around like, what the fuck? Everybody's going.
By the way,
Fucking assholes.
shameless
Singling me out.
shameless product placement. My dog loves these.
That's
Absolutely
not a
loves
product
these.
placement unless you plan on selling your dog.
He absolutely loves these. These are gravy bones.
Is
He
that what he was
dies.
whimpering about?
Yeah. He wanted
Aw.
gravy bones.
He
And
was sweet.
He probably wants to go
The
pee.
place to
And
rock.
he wants attention. He wants pee. He wants dinner. We'll go on break soon, and so he can go do his business and all of that. But I'm giving him bones, and he has shut up. So maybe he just wants bones. But basically, he gives you some sort of a strange treat that looks like a bone, but it's not a bone. It's like a pastry, and he says like, this is a recipe passed on by my great progenitor, or the grandmother that was in the city that I lived in, and it was made to say like the guardian deities just love these. So Meat seems to really love the treats you give him. He seems super happy about it, and yeah, you can pet the dog. Belluar kind of looks at you, Baax, looks at you, Soldat, and Trowel, and is like, did you all just leave and leave Ferverand in the other room? Alright, well, okay.
Man, he's used to it.
Okay.
I didn't think about that. No. Wow. We did leave him there.
Suspiciously looks around the room.
Well, if you have any questions,
Me going like magic vision. Is she
Magic
around
vision,
here?
do you activate your magic vision?
I mean, it wouldn't see him anyway, so I mean.
Really? Is your
But-
invisibility invisible by magic?
I'm about to say you have true sight, don't you?
It's
It's not
one.
true sight. It's just magic sense. Invisibility
Yeah.
is not God. It's what I can see.
It's just arcane vision of like spells, and two, technically, I'm not casting a spell. I'm using key, which is not a spell.
But also, you do have magic items on you, and while you're invisible, they do still contain magic.
I mean, then
I mean,
it's a really like. How anal do you want to be about?
You know
this?
what?
Because
I'm
then
gonna
at
do
the
it
same
this way.
time, the magic-
I'm gonna do it this way.
set
Give
any
me
visible
give me-
creature or object.
give me
It's
an
not
ar-
visible.
Shh, give me an Arcana check. And if you
Does it-
beat it 25, you might see a ping from a magic object. If you don't beat a 25, you don't see shit.
All right.
No advantage, just a
This-
straight roll.
This begs the question of
9.
damn. This begs the question of, does invisibility make your magic items invisible? Because if not, can you imagine like an invisible being haunting you, and then like you glance to the left and you just get blinded by the the fucking artifact he's equipped on his hip?
The way I explain it to myself and the way it makes sense to me as a DM, as a god of this world, invisibility bends light around you so that you cannot be perceived by regular sight. Like any kind of eyes, you know, the light just bends around you. You still have material flesh and form, so you make sound. people can still bump into you. You're just invisible, including everything you're wearing or holding. However,
so the real technique is me going with a little bag of sand and just going.
However, magic vision in my world, from the very beginning, from the first episode, I said that you see auras of particular color of a particular school of magic around a certain like item, so you can kind of look at a person and see if they have any magic items, right? So theoretically, while that's like a different spectrum of vision, that is not light related, that is magic related. So if you're invisible, he would just see a floating globe of magic thing. It could be a magic book, it could be a magic like ring, but if he would come over and take a look, he'd just see it floating, he wouldn't see you. But he can see magic items like that if they do detect magic. But again, it also in my world I make it fair. Stealth wise is if you're like located in a particular position, or you remembered to like place a magic item like further away or something, like, you know, I think it depends on stealth. Like if he rolled really high, he might have noticed some sort of a dim glow. But if he rolled lower than your stealth, you wouldn't see it. In a way that it works, like, there are magic items in this room, and as you're looking through, there is a lot of, like, magic books. There's a magic lamp that is lit on its own. You don't need to relight it. That creates a magic field. So basically, the way I explain it is there's too much interference in the room for him to single out, oh, there's that ring that Ferverand always wears, and there's that thing that he always has, and there's those daggers he got from hell, and there's, you know, all of this good shit.
I mean, if I wanted to be really anal about it, I'd just have my dancing light go disco in the room so you couldn't do any shadows.
You don't know he's
I would
there.
still be invisible.
Yeah, one thing I'm gonna
but you
say
can
is,
escape.
listen.
I mean, I still have legs.
Yeah, to be fair to this, your invisibility keeps you completely hidden, and you did roll a very high on a stealth check. The detect magic theoretically would show your magic items, but because you rolled a 9, the way it is, the room has magic items, and as you're looking through, you don't know what's supposed to be here, what isn't. You don't see a person, you don't see a spell, you see a bunch of magic items. That's all you see back. So to you, it seems you're alone in this room. That's how I'm gonna judge this, and we have no more discussion on this matter.
Yeah, fuck you, man.
I mean, I wasn't even really fighting it.
Fuck you, man.
Boys, I do not like the technicalities. I do not enjoy technicalities. I'm dagger-hearting this bitch.
I
This is how it is.
love technicalities. It's what I fucking live for, man.
I don't, okay? I don't. Don't make me do.
Parchment number 15
Anyway.
under directioner.
Do you guys
According
ask,
to Rule 857.
do you boys ask Belloar the question about what was here before or not?
Yeah. I don't see why I wouldn't. So, Belor, what the hell were you trying to hide behind there?
He kind of looks at you and says, well, this place did have druids, that's true. But, unlike the popular propaganda that's very common in Ravinia, I've heard a different story when I was in the Sea of Lyndraith. And once again, this is all ancient history. It's over 1,000 years ago. Nobody really remember, like, nobody witnessed it before, but it's said that there used to be, something called, like, a world tree. That we had our own portals in the Sea of Lyndraith to the Feywild, but that tree, it had a particular sort of almost a cult around it. There was a bunch of druids who worshipped the tree as if it was the source of everything in this world. And there were a bunch of, apparently that tree was like a connection to the rest of the universe for Esthara. That's where there were portals to elemental planes could happen, so Genasi could go in and out. That's how Esthara has Genasi. You know, there were portals that could go into the Nine Hells, for certain reasons. And apparently, that area, had a particular, you know, there were kingdoms around it that rose and fell, but the stories are that that area was always protected by some powerful druids, and that was a kind of like a neutral ground. So a celestial being of one of the deities could meet one of the people from the Nine Hells, and because there was a no violence policy around the tree, they could have a negotiation or talk about something. You know, it was kind of a forced, like, whenever you go into this neutral ground, regardless where you come from, you cannot do any violence or you will be ejected forcefully. And it also was the one place where you had portals to other planes of existence and other planets. so do the stories tell. I've never been, nobody I've known have ever been, you know. So I haven't heard any stories about human sacrifices. So, but I can't say there weren't. I can't say there were. Doesn't seem like there would be. It was kind of something to do with that tree, of being able of keeping these sort of portals open. And my theory, my personal theory, is when the Divine steamrolled the area, removed the tree, that's kind of when we started having portal problems. So maybe that tree was the connection of Esthara to the rest of the universe. And when it was gone, the connection has been severed. But, you know, that's just my supposition. I don't know much about it. Not much we can do now.
Maybe y'all should have planted that in the Elven Kingdom.
Sorry?
Damn.
I was making a joke. I said maybe y'all should have planted that in the Elven Kingdom.
Once again, I mean, the stories I've said, like, the tree has always been there. Nobody knows who planted it.
I know. I was just joking.
And the cults of these druids, they used to come from all sorts of walks of life. There were some elven druids, there were some orcs, there were some tieflings, Genasi, all sorts of beings maintained the tree and the portals and kept the neutral ground. A lot of kings in the area used to meet in this neutral ground when they had like a dispute. This was the one place where you would definitely not get jumped or have a violence happen upon you. So you could go and negotiate terms and other things. I guess.
You know, what did your parents tell you about the Divine Lady?
Oh,
because if you were
nothing.
anything,
Nothing.
like if nothing,
Nothing.
what they cuddled you more than you cuddled Trerl.
It's not that. It's more they just said, just stay in the Sea of Flandraith and never leave. And I was like, all right. And then certain things happened. You know, certain individuals.
I'll be damned.
Tasked me with a certain mission, and then I was like, right, guess I have to leave now. And I've lived here for 500 years. I quite like it. It's all right.
Yeah, I mean, I can't complain. It's all I've ever known.
Oh, you can complain, you just won't.
You
Huh?
said out loud.
Did that couch just speak?
No,
No.
It was the fern over there.
Okay. Sorry, it's the fern, guys.
Bro, I assume
Yeah.
you're being
Just
very
the fern.
quiet. Anything else you guys want to talk about that Ferverand can overhear? Once again, you don't know
I
Ferverand
like
is
to
here.
talk about my car insurance and then about my social security.
Indeed.
Yeah,
I mean-
your extended warranty.
Yeah.
I mean, we were also, I believe, last time we talked about getting you to be more in tune with your Fey Ranger condition as you were, leveling that.
Oh!
So
is that- are
you
you-
probably want to discuss that, wouldn't you, with us?
Oh, shit!
I've been having I've been very curious lately, as I've only ever known my father before. I've only really known about just these lands, and I've never really gotten, well, to know more about my other ancestry. And I feel like this has been very much sort of helping opening up that opportunity.
I see. Right, well, give me a moment here. That's all well and good. Great news. But I mean, Baax is probably, he's the chosen one, so he's probably the best one to introduce you to the whole shebang. But if you'd like to know about the ancestry, I mean, I've not been in the Sea of Flandraith, as I said, for over 500 years. I've lived in Ravinia for a very, very, very long time, and I've never been back. So, I assume, how old are you again? Are you like, what, 120, right? 200?
About 70.
No, weren't you 40? Like, no, weren't you like 60
Was I 40?
No,
I think I was like.
hold on.
I was trying to remember because I'm like I was past the point where my father had died, basically.
But no, he died, not of natural causes. He, like, just left you, in a way. To go on a
did he not
mission.
die of
and
natural?
come
I thought he died. No,
back.
He just bugged.
Let me double check your
Been a
backstory
while.
here.
I'm sorry, it's been a while.
No, it's been a while, yeah. Yep. Okay, the one night stand, the child, the blah blah blah. Uh-huh.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I had a one-night stand to have a kid.
Wait a minute, that was you? Oh my god. Oh.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's
No,
your
yeah,
kid.
he died of natural causes, but I think you are... Okay, I have your date of birth on my timeline, so I did figure out your age, but I don't remember.
Okay,
You
cool.
calculate how old you are, so... You were born on the 12th of Lepits in 41175. Right now, it is 41230.
Wait, so what was the date?
You were born in 41175.
41175.
And today, it's a 41230. How old are you?
This sounds like a math that I need more alcohol for, so I'll be right back.
I mean, we're probably gonna take a break after this.
Fuck, I might have miscalculated that. Fuck. Sorry, I'm sorry. The whiskey's hitting me.
I'll do it. I'll do it.
You write down the numbers. I'm sorry.
I can't believe I'm the only one sober around here.
Oh,
You are 55 years old.
I'm 55. Yeah. Okay,
Which
yeah,
is like,
tell them that. I'm
that's
55.
middle age for a half-elf.
Yeah. For how? Yeah. I just tell them, yeah, I'm like 55.
He kind of looks at you,
Old
oh,
grandma.
you're a baby! I mean, Trowel here is barely
Oh.
40! And Trowel looks at you like,
I'm pretty sure we don't age the same way.
no, you're a half-elf, right, I keep forgetting.
Yeah.
Sorry, years,
You're a
man.
filthy half-breed. I'm sorry.
Years, man. Years. And Trowel kind of looks at you like, I'm actually 45 this year, so I'm just about 10 years younger than you.
Oh, interesting.
Ah! And then Bellower kind of goes like, right, well, yes, you are quite young, so anybody I would have ever known might still be, I don't know, do you know your mother's name? Or is she a full-blood elf? Is she a half-elf? I don't know.
I know nothing about my mother.
Well,
I don't know.
I mean...
I don't know why. I never really learned anything about her.
Right, let me see. If one of your relatives was a pure-blooded elf, let me see if there's a way I might somehow track it. There is a way. We are all sort of descendants of the Feywild. We all have a certain magical signature in our blood. I may be able to try to see if you have any, and then maybe we can then say your parent or your close relative was a pure-blood elf, and we can go from there. But if it was a half-elf, there's nothing I can do. There's a lot of them running around, so...
I'd be happy to try, actually.
Cool, come here.
100%.
And he grabs your hands, and jumps around, as he does an Arcana check. Let me bring up Bellower's stat block. Where the fuck is that?
Oh, buried somewhere deep.
There we go. Alright.
Buried deep in the mines of Moria.
Oh no, that is that is low. That is a 13. He kind of looks at you and says, I mean, I don't know whether it's the fact that you've got... I mean, you do have some Feywild influence in you, but I don't know whether that is because of your ranger ability or your bloodline. I can't tell.
I mean, Baax has been, like, trying to trace my fucking, like... the Arcana in me for a while.
Do you want to give him advantage?
Also, he could help out to give advantage.
2 seconds. Gotta warm up my hands around here.
Roll me an Arcana check.
All right. Let me
Let's
get this
go.
Arcana check.
How long does your
Come on.
invisibility last? An hour, right?
11.
11. Oh, he's
It's
gone.
not a
Okay,
great
he's not
Oh
here.
my god.
Yeah, he went to get more alcohol.
Oh no, I was asking like how long your invisibility lasts. An hour? Yeah, it's not here. But yeah, 11. You guys are checking, and Bellower is just like, usually, you know, I think because you've already started tapping into the Feywild, the same signatures that we do, I can't tell whether you have them or not. I'm sorry, but
Can we try again another day?
sure, yeah, of course, but I think the fact that you can access the Feywild without any training, which I think you did when you used that bow, that elvish bow, Probably, maybe some part of your bloodline is a pure blood elf, because it. Not gonna say with half elves it does get diluted over the years to the point where they probably can't access the Feywild magic in a certain way. But I've seen you do it. I've fought by your side. I've seen you capable of such things. So maybe you might have a relative closer, maybe your grandmother or grandfather or something, on your mother's side, potentially. It could be a full-blood elf, or even your mother could be a full-blood elf. I don't know. That's probably unlikely. Where would your father... You said your father's in the Holy Order. Where would he have met a pure-blood elf?
I mean,
but, you know.
I think he told me he went to Lindraith once. I only remember something about, as a child, just being on a boat is my earliest memory. I think I can think of where I just held his hand. I don't remember where.
Right. That is interesting, because there is something we can try. There is a sort of a... It's not a mind meld, but in a way, like, you can sort of go back in your memory, and I will be able to see it with you, and maybe I can recognize any kind of landmarks in it.
I'd be happy to try.
Sure. Let's sit down and do this sort of ritual. And this is gonna take a while.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
I don't know how long Ferverand is gonna be gone. But at some point his invisibility will eventually run out. This is gonna take at least 30 minutes to set up this ritual. He puts a bunch of candles, a bunch of leaves, a bunch of other stuff. He sits down and, tells you to relax and put yourself back into the memory, and he's gonna try to, like, journey with you. Baax,
can I record this thing? Because I have a feeling that if this goes wrong, I have a certain expert that can help at the dream realm.
Okay. I would say
with the same ritual.
What spell I remember you have a spell that records memory, right? What was it?
I do have a thing called encode thoughts, but that is only to myself. I can only draw out my own memories, or I mean, you could allow it to do it to someone else, but
what you can do is you can be there. You can be there with Belloar. He can take you into this like spiritual journey into Sildana's mind, and then you can all see the same picture that she remembers. And then whenever you go talk to your goddaddy, you can then project that image for him, but you won't be able to record it, in a way. You'll be able to remember it, but you won't be able to record it.
I just suddenly remember just the fact that Baax has actually canonically removed his memories of the moment he had to clean up Ferverand's ass.
Oh, yeah!
I'm using this spell to very vigorous use, because there's some memories that does not need to be remembered.
Very true. Alright, you guys sit down. Baax, you're gonna give Belloar an advantage, and Sildana, I need you to give me, I guess, a wisdom check? Not a saving throw, but like just a wisdom check to see if you can, or an intelligence. Which one do you think, what would you think would be the, like,
I want to say
childhood
wisdom,
memory?
because that's higher.
Yeah, no, but to remember your childhood memory isn't intelligence. I would think it would be wisdom, because you need to, like, know where to dig back. Intelligence is, like, knowledge of things. I don't know. So give me just a wisdom roll without any modifiers or proficiency. On your own. See how well you can remember.
Wisdom is particularly just from, like, your memories of, like, the past, like, you actually just experiencing things, I feel.
Yeah. So it's like, it's a more introspection. So give me a wisdom roll.
Standard one. Come on, please be high. Fucking hell.
How much is that?
10.
Sorry? A 10. You're struggling. You were very young. Around 4. You were very young. You do vaguely remember some pictures. And then I need you to give me a history check.
Please, fuck.
I would like to clarify for the court record that if my invisibility runs out during this entire process, I'm just going to, like, casually be sitting in a chair in the back, like, sipping whiskey, to the point where they eventually discover I've listened in on literally everything they've said so far.
That was my question. I mean, it hasn't been an hour yet, but it's nearing that mark after this ritual.
I am 100% relaxing in a couch or
Make
a
sure your
chair
pants
somewhere.
are off.
Cool. So Sildana, you
on me like a French girl style.
You feel that there's a nagging thing in the back of your head of, like, I remember there was something that has happened to you during this game that might help you jog your memory of the place, but you can't remember what it was. You think it might be, maybe it's a
If
person,
only you remembered the MacGuffin.
or maybe it's an item, or maybe it's there's something that's nagging at your brain. Like, it's not a cheat sheet, but you do have something that made you recall that memory before, but you can't remember what it was. And if you find it, you think you might have a better chance of remembering the memory, but you need
You
to like
rewrote every
is-
note ever.
you need to like you need to dig through it a little bit. But basically what this means is you're gonna have to do a history check in the next few days, and if you roll high enough, you'll remember what it is.
Can I get a hint here? Can I give like
All I'm
two-
gonna say is on stream,
Is it an item
there has
inventory?
been a certain encounter you had during your trip that left you an item that might or might not be in your inventory. I don't know what you write down, but there's a certain gift you've been given by a certain encounter, which from conversation with that NPC, you have gotten something that reminded you of home. That's all.
Are you talking about that item that my friend who turned into a vampire gave me?
Doubtful, because that was to summon him. So
I was a little.
it was a minor encounter. That's all I'm gonna say. It was almost like quickly forgotten. It was 20 minutes in one of the episodes. But if you roll high enough on history, I will tell you what I mean.
Are you talking about the dwarf we met that gave us paintings? There is that painting. I do remember I took like
Maybe, but does Soldana remember that painting? I don't think she does. A lot of shit has happened.
I mean, I do know I have like a painting or something. Like, do you want me to do an intelligence for that one?
I mean, that was the history check that I want you to make. You're gonna have to make
Okay.
one the next day. You can't remember it on the spot right now. You still got 3 more days, because this is the, like,
Okay.
canonically, this is the 3rd day of you guys doing the research. Before we, so as you come out of this thing, Bellower kind of pats you on the back and says, "It's all right. I tend to forget a few things. We can try again tomorrow. It's not a big deal. It's okay. What you'll get it. It sometimes takes a while for childhood memories. I don't remember my childhood, but I mean, I've lived for almost 700 years, so it's been a while.
I know.
As you guys
It's
are
really
yeah.
important. I remember this. Ugh.
As you guys are saying this, we're actually gonna go back in time quickly. And Ferverand, I need you to give me whatever roll you want to do to analyze the book, the journal that you're reading.
I mean,
Are you doing, like, basically what are you trying to do? Are you doing investigation? Are you doing insight? Are you doing, like, you pick the skill you want to... I told you what this journal is about. It's like a to-do daily list of his things. As you look through it, it looked very mundane, but there could be a cipher in here, so you might need to use like intelligence. It's up to you. You pick what you want to choose.
I would essentially use, I guess in this case, in the broadest term, insight to kind of try to guess based on his writing style when he is trying to hide something or purposely mislead his writings.
Okay, give me an insight check then. No advantage, just a straight roll. 20.
Damn, 20.
That is pretty good. So as you're reading through his to-do list, you notice that anything that has to do with the academy or like with his transmutation classes is very straightforward. It's always very dry, very basic. And then you notice as you're looking through, a lot of like notes in some days pertain to a particular project of his. He has a lot of different projects going on, but there's one project where there's surprisingly not as much detail as there is to others. Like, you notice this with a 20. And the project that doesn't have much detail, basically has almost a single sentence in a few days that is written. So, I'm gonna give you a few sentences, because 20 is pretty high. You do get, one of them is like, Project S is delayed. Like, it never has a full name. Project S is delayed. Lacking materials. And then a few days later, materials obtained, need to contact supplier to ensure continuity. And then Once again, materials delayed. Need to speak to G about applying pressure on the supplier. And there's a lot of it is mostly about not the project itself, but about like he clearly has been getting materials for this project S that kept the materials were the issue, and he kept waiting for some sort of shipment. But this is the it's not the only project where he only mentions it with a capital letter. He seems to in case anybody looks through his file, his other projects one of them you look through and you realize you kind of look through his students, and remember one of them was like a big practical transmutation course for his students, but he kept calling the project Project T3, and it's been going on a few months, and then eventually he's like, Project T3 was a success. The students have interacted with this interactive transmutation module that I've been building, and you're like, okay. So he does code it like this, but this particular one is the most vague. And I think with a 20, what you're getting from this journal is that what you're getting from this journal is that this project kept getting delays, mostly due to lack of materials. A lot of it was it doesn't have any notes on what he's doing with it, because he probably kept a separate project book for this, but a lot of it was like a to-do list to remind supplier to bring materials. And then almost to the last day, obviously the last page has been covered in ink, because, you spilled some ink on it before. But the day before it was, schedule has been moved up, but project is not finished yet. I require, need a lot more supplies, but supplier, need alternative method of obtaining reagents. So you can tell with a 20 that he had a supplier that was kept, the problem with the project was the delay in some sort of a reagent that he was getting from the supplier. At some point, the last few days and weeks that you're reading through is the problem is that supplier is no longer an option. So he's looking for new sources and the deadline for the project has been moved up. That is what you get with the 20. That is I know it's not much, but he has been extremely vague about this. And this is took you 3 days to, with the 3 days that it took you, this is how long it took you to comb through every single entry for the last 5 years in this journal.
No, this is good, because now we just need to figure out who did we essentially kill recently. I mean, there is the Red Death. Well, I guess they're just now red. But they're not a supplier. And then before that, we had the court case, and nobody really died that. So I guess it's the hags. The hags had orphans, so I guess they supplied souls in this instance to Thomas to fuel demonic magic for breaking the seal on the sacred tomb of the lady. is what I'm pulling out of my ass here.
Sounds like a good theory. I don't know.
Wow, did I totally guess the plot out of my ass?
Who knows? It's not as if I've given you a billion fucking hints all through the game. And made it pretty obvious by the end of this. But let's say, so basically, just to be safe, whatever happens after this, because I didn't expect you guys to suddenly start talking about your heretical god and about Ferverand following you into a room. So I'm just gonna say that by this point in time, these guys have done the research they have on the souls in the Feywild. You have done the research on that book. You can still look through the book and do another check, but this took you 3 days. This insight. But this is what you got from them.
Double check it just in case.
Yeah, now you went over it a few more times, but I'd say those 3 days is how long it took you to go through all of the notes, corroborate that this project had the least information, check the dates between who you've killed and who you didn't, make the link between the fact that it's probably one of the hags, or maybe all 3 of them. You did kill them within 4 days of each other. Except the last hag, because if you remember, she wasn't actually killed. If you remembered, you know what, give me a history check. Give me a history check, real quick. DC 14.
40.
1-4.
Oh,
Easy.
okay, I rolled a
All right.
17.
You remember, during your trial, you have killed the first 2 hags, but the last hag was taken away by Thomas.
Yeah, he absolutely murdered her.
But what you remember is around, you sort of corroborate the time of your trial and a little bit before your trial, and you know the with a 20 and a 21, like you're a smart dude, you make the connection that it was probably the hag at the orphanage that was supplying something to Thomas, and when
Orphans.
she got taken away during the trial, he needs to change suppliers, and also now due to certain things that has happened because of you guys, the project's deadline has been moved up, so he is behind, doesn't have enough reagents, and somehow needs to make it work. And you notice that a lot of writing for this, like his handwriting as he went, got a lot more sloppy and annoyed. Like you notice, like when he's talking about this project, it's not like matter of fact anymore. It's my deadline's been moved up, and then they stopped giving me reagents for this project and stopped giving me money, but they want me to finish it. Like it's gotten frustrated. Like it's frustrated writing. You get that with a 20. I'll let you have it. So yeah, I would say you do make that connection, and you realize that something the orphanage matron was supplying Thomas with. Then after the trial, he needed to change his supply somehow.
He needed a new supplier.
And you don't know if he has
Instead
yet.
of-
It seems like he's still looking.
Instead of feeding on the orphans, he's gonna start feeding on the students, isn't he?
I don't know.
It's a good
The-
deal.
It's a desperate man's plea for quick success within a timeline.
So
It
far,
is the
yeah.
most likely
The most
method to turn to.
recent, the most recent entries that you notice is more about him mentioning deadlines being moved up while the project has been going on like time, and I've planned it well, so it's in progress. What you get from this is it's close to being finished, but it's not finished, and he doesn't have enough reagents to test it properly. But it is mostly finished. It just needs the last push. Now he has it mentions I have some supplies, but it's more like keep negotiating, keep asking keep asking these random capital letters of people to provide a new supplier, or it's always to do send a letter or meet with G to ask for about the new supplier. It's not like he's looking for a new supply. It's more like what you get from this with the 20 is that it seems like while he's a partner in this, there's somebody asking him to do this, and he has been requesting this somebody for more information about the supplier. It's not like his job to find the supply, but so far they've been struggling. That's what you get.
Wow, it's almost as if there might be a corrupt party in the Holy Order that might be orchestrating the whole thing.
It's almost as if you probably know this already. And as you look at G, you're probably like, oh, Galatea, most likely.
Yeah, how fucking stupid of her to not go with a fucking pseudonym or literally any other nickname that he could then abbreviate instead.
But
to,
also,
not
he didn't expect anybody to break into his fucking office. He's the dean, okay?
Then he's a fucking idiot.
Yeah, maybe he
Expect
is.
the unexpected.
Maybe he is. Maybe some people are just lax. But the idea here is you probably put two and two together with all the information you've had over the years, over the few months that you've been here. Years of actual campaign and a few months that you've been here. It seems like they've lost their supply of whatever the reagent is, and he's been pressuring Galatea and can I get a new supplier? I can't finish this project. And her being like, yo, deadline's moved up, get it done. And him saying, yeah, but give me the reagent. And them having a little bit of a tense relationship at the moment. But you don't know how it resolved because you don't know if it has resolved yet.
I will admit, I would be surprised if he didn't suspect us at this point because, drumroll, so far, when literally anything of note has happened, we have been behind it
Pretty
in
much.
some capacity.
Yeah.
So the fact that his office got raided and he got grenaded to the face, who else but us would do it?
You don't
And
know.
where else
Yeah.
would we stay?
Very true, but
I wonder
also
why Baax came back to school that one day.
yeah, but also you guys have been holed up in here, but you are aware of the political situation, and you know that Belluar and his wife, especially his wife, she's been working for the church for the last 300 years. She's been there longer than Galatea has. She has been there. She's like a fixture in there. She's like, you know, like how they have like the Baptist church, like some wife of a person is like the secretary. She's been doing like, she's been involved in the community. Belloir is highly respected. And no matter how powerful they are, they can't just barge into your house.
Not publicly.
Yes. But since
students
what I mean to say
are
is
in trouble of failing their classes, they might get a little bit desperate and willing to do anything.
That's very true. But also, so you do realize you've been here 3 days. You did have some holy order come up, which was Luba, and tell you like, yeah, that party went badly, but nobody died. So can you not do that again, please? Thanks. And that's because you knew people in the holy order who were like, yeah, we went over their house. It's all squared up. You know, legally, you guys are fine. Nobody knows you guys are here. I think Baax and Trial took actual leave of absence from school for a while.
I tell Lupa, legally, I outrank you, so...
Yeah. No. What I mean to say is, you got lucky that probably this got reported. The Holy Order did show up at your house, but it was the people you knew from the Holy Order who, you know, instead of actually investigating, just went like, slapped you on the hand and said, don't do it again. Wink, wink. And then
Lupa knows exactly who I am.
Yeah, wrote up a report being like, yeah, we went to the house and we did tell Lord Falanel to never do this party again without authorization or security. Yada yada, it's all done. To the point where you kind of know that the Holy Order and the church, while they are working together, you do remember they are separate entities. The head of the Holy Order is
fucking corporate lies for me.
Yeah, the Holy Order is got completely incompetent leader, but like they have a separate authority to the church. So even if Galatea, who's the head of the church, wants to do something, she can't just order the Holy Order to do something. There is a paper trail that needs to happen, and if it got cut off at a certain point, even she can't. Like her power is limited in here. There's a reason there's multiple members of like the ruling council. And so you do know that like she can't just send Holy Order people to bust into Belloir's house to look for you guys. Also, since Belloir told you, since the succubus just walked into your house and started fucking around with you guys, since then he has upped the installed magic warding. So they can't send in secretly otherworldly, especially he started warding against fiends. There are fiends into the house to do anything to you guys. So technically, while you're inside the house, you are safe. They can't do shit to you. So they might know you're there. They might know you're planning something, but they can't legally or technically do anything at this moment to you.
Neener, neener, boo, boo. I dare you to cross this line in the sand.
Yeah, like you made it so because of your connections, because of your actions, you made it so that while you're inside this house doing research, you can't stop them from doing what they're doing, but they can't get you while you're there. You're safe. Anyway, so the reason why I did this is because just in case something bad happens here, like in between party PvP, we know where each of us stand. And you know what? Before we continue with your invisibility finally disappearing as Belloir steps away from Sildana and being like, "You'll remember it some other day," we're gonna go on a quick break because I need to take the dog out to pee.
Yeah, I gotta pee too.
Yeah, sure.
But the situation where we're now is you guys just are on the floor in front of this magic circle as you guys are come out of this trance, like, it's okay, it happens to everybody, you know. It doesn't stand up every time. It's just tired. It'll happen next time.
It's your first time. Don't worry about
Ferverand
it.
suddenly materializes, I assume without his pants, on a couch, with his hands steepled.
Yeah, with a glass of whiskey in hand.
With a glass of whiskey in hand that he somehow poured with a 25 stealth. You guys were distracted, it was easy.
You guys ready to fuck?
And we're gonna start this after the break.
I have like my legs crossed, and as you spot me, I uncross my legs and recross them with the other leg.
You're doing the, was it instinct, was it basic instinct or some shit? Like that scene?
That one. I know what scene you're talking about, yeah.
Yeah, the basic instinct scene.
I have no fucking idea what you're talking about.
It's a famous movie scene where this woman crosses and uncrosses her legs, like in this fucking...
And she's wearing, like, an open mini skirt and stuff. Like, it's the whole point of, like, flashing your junk. It's been memed to hell for the last 25 years.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
But anyways, we're gonna go on break.
Sorry. Yes, break! We'll be back!
Ah,
Hello, everybody. We're back from break.
Yahoo!
Dog has peed. Got my parcel from downstairs. All is
Dog
good.
pissed.
We come back to an
Uh-huh.
interesting
Dog,
scene.
in quotations.
Baax and Sildana and Trarl went to a room with Bellower and Meat to discuss the scary elf Fey shit that they didn't want Ferverand to hear. But little did they know,
he
Ferverand
was there the whole time.
turned fucking invisible and was there the whole time. And then
It was me, Theo.
after an hour of invisibility, he, knowing that the invisibility is about to end, after the ritual of Sildana, trying to remember her childhood has failed a little bit. And Bellower is consoling her. Ferverand appears with his hands steepled.
How traumatizing, Danny, from 1 to 10 is it to remember your traumatic childhood partially, and the moment you open your eyes, it's just me sitting with no pants on, fully fucking spread eagle drinking whiskey.
How erect are you?
7.
You know, why am I kind of sitting like I expect Reverend to sit right now?
Yeah, maybe. So, you guys see Ferverand sitting in that chair. I'm not gonna make them roll because you weren't there, and suddenly you're there. Like, they can see you.
So like, good yoga session, right, guys?
I sip my whiskey.
Well, I hope it's a good one.
Yeah, that's a 100-year-old Elvish whiskey.
Priorities. I look over to him and just say priorities.
So Bellower gets up, holding the dog, and kind of goes like, "It looks like you people want to talk, so I'm just gonna take the dog out for I assume he needs to poo, so I'm just gonna take him out to poo." And he starts backing away towards the door.
I believe Meat can teleport, so if he does need to take a shit, he can just go away.
True, but I don't know if he's house trained.
Elora, stay.
Okay. And he lets the dog go. And the dog is just not understanding, just wagging his tail, looking happy.
Meat disappear.
You know,
it's okay. Go away real quick. Just go somewhere. Go play.
It's very rude to use a pet family member as a tool to get out of a social situation.
Is it because we left you alone downstairs?
I mean, you all kind of left the room at the same time, implying something nefarious you didn't want to tell me about. It's fucking plain as day. But also, I mean, I already know that Baax here is a heretic, and I've already chosen several times not to report him on that, or even make him a suspect to the Holy Order in any capacity. But at this point, now I'm second guessing.
So you are upset we didn't invite you?
I'm mostly disappointed that after all this time, you still don't trust me.
I trust you with a lot of information, but there
But not
is
this
family. Mate, there's some things like you saw the ritual going into his past. I mean, some things are private, and that was something that we as a group would rather do ourselves. It's not that you are not important enough to trust with information. I mean, we've trusted with you with a lot of information as well.
No, I'm just not a part of the group.
You are.
Apparently not.
Well, you want to be inducted into the cult?
No.
So it is
Exactly.
What
No.
is it called?
No, it's a pyramid scheme.
Oh fuck! Ah, shit!
I'm sitting here
They were trying to take
sweating.
my money. Thank you, Ferverand. You saved me. Oh my god.
Archie, come here. I
You
want
just
to
have to
roleplay
donate
Bellower.
500 bitcoins.
I want to roleplay Bellower petting the dog and being scared.
Bella was just like, ah, fuck, please, no.
I do believe there's nothing we have truly discussed here that is so outrageously out there that you'd feel betrayed by this
By the
information
way-
that we've been revealed.
Yeah, Ferverand, the information about the Tree of Life and the druids and the different portals and the fact that once the tree was leveled, the portals were gone, you, in your entire years of research and access to Imperial libraries, have not known this is new to you.
That's not the point.
No, but all I'm saying is, just so you know.
Yeah. This isn't news to me. I'm not as much disappointed by the little ritual here hiding information that, by the way, I was already aware of, as you might have remembered, I am the shadow of the lady herself. Huh? As I do a little gesture. It's mostly that you think you can hide these things from me. It's literally my job to find these things out. How stupid do you think I am?
Well, given your particular role, I don't believe you'd be surprised why we take some precaution. Given our particular role, even with your gracious nature of not reporting.
You see, that's the thing. I've already called in the lady to raise this city to the ground because of these demons. And the only thing that's been keeping all of you alive is that I have proclaimed in her name that you should be in good graces. Yet you have shown me nothing but doubt and uncertainty, which proves otherwise. Why should I keep covering for all of you and your heresy when you show me no favor in return?
I would really not claim the no favor part, as we have been, well, besides this one occasion and
I'm sorry,
foreign
which one
nocturnal
of us
activities.
which one of us negotiated the resurrection of the other? Tell me. Did I or did I not strong arm the high priestess of this town to resurrect you?
You did. And I would do the same for you. If I, well, had the ability to.
Which you don't.
Oh.
As this conversation is ongoing, your shadow appears next to you and just sits there and goes like... just staring, pretend eating popcorn as he's watching this.
Well, some things, and it's not as if this, information that we have said here is truly a betrayal or leaves much doubt on us as a group. A lot of it is seemingly internal, and has nothing to do with our objective.
Baax, it's not the level of information. It's how you conduct it. I already know all this shit. As I said, I'm the shadow of the fucking lady. You think I don't know about this?
At this point, Charl kind of places his hand on you, Baax, and looks at you, Ferverand, and then bows and says, "For what it's worth, for my part in this, and my family's part in this, I do apologize for keeping you in the dark. But I assume you also understand that at the moment, while we may each have our secrets in certain ways," and he sort of points at the shadow that you have, and then points at himself and his father, and, Baax, he says, "We're all in agreement that this city is in danger from external forces that both the lady herself and us deem to be dangerous to our lives and the people who live here. So my proposal is, while I understand you are disappointed and frustrated by the fact that we keep attempting to keep you in the dark, mayhaps, just for this instance, we put certain things on the table to save the city and ourselves, and I assume to fulfill your mission, for you would not be sent here if you didn't know about the ongoings in the city, to resolve this issue. And then after the issue's resolved, we can then deal with who's a heretic and who isn't. Because I think we don't really have that many allies here at the moment.
What surprises me most of all is that you think this is still about who is and who isn't a heretic, and the fact that I haven't already put everything on the table, yet I'm watching all of you keep your cards underneath it.
I understand. But you must also understand, I assume from being... Have you told the group that you used to be an Inquisitor? Or like in
Yeah.
the... Yeah. Because
I did.
Yeah. Being an Inquisitor, you know how it is. In times of war, everybody is an ally, but the moment peace comes back, previous allies, if they don't conform to certain rules and regulations, are disappeared from their houses, placed in certain facilities, tortured. Those instances have happened. You are aware of them. Let's not lie to each other that that's not the case. So you must understand that while we trust you, we also understand that while you're our ally at the moment, once this issue is resolved, you might change your mind, as has been the case many a time. So you also must understand our reluctance to explain things to you.
When have you known me not to keep my word?
True, you do keep your word, but you're also a little bit impulsive.
Oh yeah, it's all part of the facade. I mean, if I were all serious and gloomy and matter of fact, none of you would even ordain to keep my presence around. It's the chaotic element that I've already shown you that has made you lenient enough to keep me in the group to proceed this far.
Trial
it's
of
not
the...
until...
Yeah. Oh, sorry, you were saying.
What?
No, you were saying something.
It's not until I've now put down the facade and told you of my real objectives and why I'm doing all of this that you still try to keep me in the dark as to what you're doing, as if I don't already know.
At this point, Trial looks at you, Baax, with like a questioning, like, what should we do? Like, he is asking you for your call on this situation.
Well, I don't want our alliance to break apart, as I still deem we need each other, and even after this, I still believe that we work in the goodness of the Empire, and well, through my actions in death and in life. Like, while this has been a nasty showcase, I apologize for the subterfuge. It has not been my hopeful intention to deceive you as such.
Prove it. Tell me right now, who do you serve? If you cannot tell me that, you do not actually trust me.
There is a specific bound thing in my voice for his actual name, but he is known as the Whispered One.
The
Ferverand,
Whispered One.
give me a religion check.
I told you I'd be fucking torpedoing this forward. Let's see here.
Let's go.
21.
21.
21. You know
It's
who
like
they
my
mean.
fucking go-to number.
You. Let's just say this. I'm gonna assume the fact that since you met Trial, since you met Ferverand, Baax, since you've been tracking Baax and Sylfania, keep trying to go back to Elven heritage and just talking about Fey Dog and all of this, you were like, I should probably read up on Fey gods. And you remember the Whispered One is a name of... I will read you a literal passage here, because I actually did my research for this.
Ooh.
So you do remember that the Whispered One is Archfey. And you notice that because he is the god of Keeper of Secrets, Lord of Hidden Knowledge, or the Veiled Sage, you do remember that probably his followers are not allowed to speak his name, but they can refer to him as the Whispered One. So, like, they cannot invoke his name, but his name has been written down in... do you read Elvish? Or Sylvan?
I do speak Elvish. Yes.
Yeah, so in Elvish, like, that name exists, but his followers are forbidden from speaking it to non-followers. but they can refer to him as the Whispered One. So you know about him that he is just the god of knowledge and the god of secrets. And as Belluar has mentioned before, elven gods are basically powerful Archfey. So similar to the lady, they aren't a concept in the sky that you never see. They are there intermingling with their followers. So they could be a god, or they could just be a really powerful being. Now, most of them, obviously, you still know the Sea of Tlyndraith, which is the Elven Island, still believe in those gods, even though they cannot commune with them because the Feywild has been cut off from Esthara. You are aware of this. This is someone, like, you know some people who went into the Sea of Tlyndraith, like, you do have... The Ravinian Empire has agents in all countries. You know how fucking spy networks work. So you do know about this. It wasn't your mission, so you're not aware of the details, but you are aware that the Ravinian Empire is keeping an eye on the Sea of Tlyndraith, and they seem to be... The elves have their own problems to deal with, but, you know, you can't force them to change their beliefs. They're not part of Ravinia. So you are aware that they still believe in those deities. You know that there are 7 deities of the pantheon of the elven gods, and if you believe in one of them, you believe in all of them, in a way, because they're all, you know, a group of people who created the Feywild.
You believe in the pantheon, you believe in all of them.
Kind of, yeah. So the Galay Fey, what you know about him with a 21 is from some of the missives of people who did like speak to elves in the Sea of Tlyndraith, is that he basically, his sort of tenets, if you like, what are you curious about this god to know? What are the details you wish to know about him?
I'm mostly curious in what worshippers are mostly restrained by. Like, do they have to lie about a certain thing? Do they have to uphold a certain ritual?
Yeah.
And
so
additionally, what are the famous legends about them? Like, is in like historical terms the lore about him, like, always like, oh, you have to, like, this person met the god of secrets and they can never utter like anything about them ever again.
So
like,
what you know about, from your limited knowledge, once again, from missives and research, you know that the tenets of the faith of Into Galaife is seek the hidden. It's true knowledge is never obvious. Always search for what lies beneath the surface, for the most valuable truths are concealed. It's a god of simple, like, there are certain secrets in the world that need to be known, but sometimes there's certain secrets that must not be told. In a way that, unlike other gods of knowledge who are like, there is, I think, a human god of knowledge who, like, wishes to show knowledge and spread it across the world. Like, there was one that was worshipped, and still worshipped in Mistarian Kingdom. Galaife is more like, seeking knowledge is a noble pursuit. That is literally, like, knowledge as itself is not bad. It's how you use it and who knows it that's important. So certain knowledge, once you find it, should not be revealed to other people because it's dangerous, and certain knowledge needs to be revealed to other people because if it isn't, they are misled. Like, the judgment is done after you find the knowledge. Also, guard your secrets. So, as I said, not all knowledge is meant to be shared. So what you know from this god is that if all of his followers are spread across multiple worlds, you assume, searching for certain knowledge, for ancient secrets, for new magics, new things. And once it's found, sometimes their deity or Galay Fae, if they're his followers, might request them to keep this knowledge secret. So that the god decides whether the knowledge is supposed to be shared, or it's something that's, maybe we're best, like, oh, you found a recipe for a nuclear bomb. Maybe it's best not to spread that on, like, the internet. Like, that might be a good idea. So you realize that he may command his followers, you found this knowledge, you cannot tell this to people. This is a secret now. Or he can command them to spread this knowledge to other people. Like, it's not their judgment in a way, it's more of, like, they have to ask permission if it has been done in his name, in a way. The worships and the rituals is mostly, like, the places to him are in remote locations. He's the god of dreams. So you know that a lot of communing with him, because he lives in he doesn't live in the Feywild anymore. You remember reading, with the 21, you remember, like, reading somebody saying legends that the pantheon of elven gods all used to be in Feywild at the same time at some point. but for the last few millennia, not even 100, like 1,000 millennia, Galefe is the only god that used to just he doesn't go to the Feywild anymore. He's gone. He's been traveling the multiverse. And the only way to contact him is through dreams. So a lot of worshippers have like a room where they meditate or go to sleep and speak to their god. That's as much as you know. Like he never manifests himself here. He can only like manifest, like ask people to do things for him. And he has been searching for like the lore that you know is because again the followers of this god are so secretive. All you could find out with a 21 is that he has been searching for something as god of knowledge. It could be some secret knowledge, it could be some secret key, it could be a person, you don't know. He's been searching for something for the like literally all of mortal existence. And he has always commissioned his followers like, I give you power, or you worship me. I send you into this ancient ruin to find information. Tell me what you find, and I will decide whether it's what I want or not. So a lot of his followers have been randomly sometimes sent to places to investigate and not being told what they're looking for. This is pretty common of like, I've been told to be here and to just live my life normally and to look for things. And if I find something interesting, to tell him. That's literally my job. Is what is most commonly, you know, like how he operates. That is what you get with a 21, remembering the word whispered one.
Okay. I look Baax in the eyes, and I ask, tell me, what does Gallifrey want from you in this endeavor? Surely he would not favor you as highly unless he specifically wanted you to do something for him, which I'm assuming is search for whatever he's looking for. I have put my cards on the table. Now I am asking you to do the same.
This music is not fitting. Sorry, guys. I need a more tense music for this. No, I've just been listening to like this really cheery pipes, and I'm like,
I don't actually know what music.
No,
is
I get
right
it.
now.
No, it's more for the people in the chat, like in Twitch, are like, this is okay. This is better.
Did I just crank up the drama to 11? Oh
maybe, but yes. Baax,
I did tell you I was gonna torpedo this forward.
Baax, you realize that from the way he's speaking and the way he immediately clicked on the whispered one, and knowing that he used to be, well, basically like Secret Service, you're like, okay, he probably knows.
I am the SS.
As much as possible for outsiders to know. So he might, like, you probably know he knows of Galefe. He knows that he's a god of knowledge. Knows, I mean, it is well known even across other realms that Galefe is looking for something. That is his literal, like, the spiel of this god of knowledge. He's looking for something. And all of his followers, if you ever want to worship him in any realm, in any world, you must like, I will look for this thing you're looking for. Just give me power. I will collect knowledge for you. Like, he's basically like looking for a search engine, and it's this is the common knowledge that everybody else would have who knows about Galefe. The details he's only revealed to you for your knowledge. So, but you do realize, like,
it's my tongue bound to reveal it.
Give me a religion check right now.
Because, like, I don't know if he would allow me to even reveal that.
Give me a religion check.
I can imagine you fucking utter words. He's looking for, and then your head explodes.
Yeah, he's looking for.
Oh, damn it! I will not get to find out about my family now.
We're gonna need another one.
That's a 9. As you open,
yeah,
what exactly were you planning to say?
Hang on, Mats. You have inspiration from naming an episode.
Oh yeah, true.
Well, I mean,
Take the left one. Take the left one.
that is technically a full reroll.
I mean, if you look at the dice that was rolled, it's the first die that hit the 16.
Sure. Okay.
I mean,
I'll let it happen. What exactly were you planning to say?
No, it's not that I was planning specifically to say something. It's more like, do I know if I'm allowed to say this? Like, more like, am I bound by like his words or spell, or like by the god itself to not being able to
I
reveal the
think
true
with a
intent of his goal?
21 and with your last conversation, you realize that while other members of this cult, let's call it what it is,
Yep.
can like are bound. Like Trarel can't say his name. You can. You've always been a little bit more special, mostly because, especially the few times you got revived,
You've
and
been a special little boy.
now all I'm saying is the few times you got revived, and the few times that the god has pulled you away from almost instant death. And that last, I don't remember if it was last commune or before, when you actually went into his memories, the god's memories, you realize at 21 that while there is this, I am the deity and you are my champion, you actually, after a few last sessions, or like last conversations with your god, you realize you actually have more power than you think. So it is your choice in this moment. You, and only you, have been privy to certain knowledge that you have told Trarel and I believe your mom about the the nephew he's looking for, basically. It is up to you to tell Ferverand and Sylfania this information, if you wish. You know that because of the way Esthara works, and your connection with the god, he cannot stop you. At 21, you know this. But whether he's gonna like it or not, you don't know. But physically, he cannot stop you from saying it.
Ferverand,
Mm-hmm.
I do trust your ability to keep complete and utter secrecy, but as this is something that is closely guarded, and I am the only one who knows beyond anything.
Oh, I'm sorry, do you want Sylfania to leave the room? I say in a very sarcastic manner.
No, I want everyone to leave the room except Belleran. I need you to bring the contract of secrecy. Essentially, a contract binding the words of what is said here only stays between us two, and it'll be something only for our ears. If you agree with that, Ferverand.
So you're going to ask me to bind myself to secrecy of whatever you say so far, because even though I have fully told you of all of my afflictions and all of my loyalties, without question of who you tell it to, you still doubt me.
I do not doubt you, but you are not immune to being bypassed.
You do not doubt me, yet you wish for me to sign a magical contract preventing me from speaking of it whatsoever, yet I have done the same for you without one.
To be fair,
If you had your
hold on.
god breathing down your fucking neck around this, you would probably do the same.
Ferverand, you are aware that this is something quite notorious, that whenever the Inquisition, because there is an Inquisition division that has abducted people and questioned them using torture. That's a thing that the church does. There were some individuals, I think there might have been 1 or 2 cases of followers of Galay that were just accidentally caught in an ancient ruin, and they were like, what the fuck are you doing here? You're coming back with us, we're questioning you. In a way that you do remember that they're physically unable to speak certain information. No matter how much they wish to, after all the torture. Like, they do wish to tell you, but they physically cannot. And you are aware that with... one thing I'm going to say is you're aware that from the way Baax is saying, with your passive insight, I'm just going to give it to you, he seems to be like the special one of all of Galay followers. Everybody else...
special little boy.
Everybody else is kind of bound by this contract of secrecy by their god, so they can't say this to anybody unless they're privy to this information. Now, again, this is, I
I'm
understand
not-
your character. What
Yeah.
I'm saying is you do understand that this is kind of the standard operational way that this god works, is all I'm going to put out there. But you
Yeah.
may decide to do as you wish.
Yeah. Baax, though I understand your need for a magical contract to prohibit me from speaking of this situation to any other being, it is a larger shackle than you can imagine. For how am I to support your endeavor in any capacity if I am completely prevented from speaking of it? How am I to rally the lady's forces reasonably without at least being able to mention an inkling of what's happening?
The matter of the contract will cover only my deity's true goal and not anything that would directly fuck over our operations. And that is
Let's
the
let's hypothetically, let's say your deity's true goal is to recover the fount of power so they can maintain secrecy of the true horrors of the universe, right? They are hiding the true horrors of the outer worlds, as we speak, from mortal eyes, so they can all maintain their sanity and all can live peacefully and happily, right? If I wanted to, as an example, tell the lady of don't fuck with this guy because he's making sure all mortals within the realm maintain their sanity. By contract, I am unable to do so. I am unable to stop her from doing so because I am unable to tell her that this is what they're doing.
I will leave a clause in the contract that specifically enables you to reveal said information if it compromises the Empire in any sort of way. In regards to injuring everybody involved, in regards to being this whole thing, I promise you that the true intent of my god is in no way malicious to your empire or to your goals,
Then I
and this
only
will be
ask
bound by the contract.
I only ask for two things. That I am allowed to divulge this information if it becomes detrimental to the common man to know any of this, or it provides any harm to the lady. If this information in any capacity gives me the ability to save one more innocent, I will relay this information even at the cost of my own life. Or if this information, should I keep it secret, would result in the lady's death or harm in any matter, I will relay it even at the cost of my own death still. So I want these two clauses specifically outlined.
This is agreeable. I'm not specifically binding you to a contract that will fuck over you or your kingdom, and I'm okay with putting that into the contract in those clauses that you have.
Or
Because
the lady.
in my work, or the lady, because in the ways that I looked on it, there's a lot of ways that this can resolve itself, and
Oh yeah,
they're
magically
not.
bind me from speaking to demons. That I don't care about. I mean, good luck to them to fucking prying information out of my mouth. But if it's something that would help both the innocent or the lady, I would give so, even at the cost of my own life.
Sorry to quickly interject this really dramatic moment, but Tyrell and Belor are standing near the wall looking at you, Sildana, who's also very quiet looking at this conversation.
I'm kind of just like,
all I'm gonna say is
I'm
like,
so
what,
angry right now.
what are you thinking, Sildana, while this is happening? Just real quick.
What do you expect when like you've
No,
been lied
fair,
to your face
Fully fair.
multiple times?
Wow,
And you're
he's
just
really
like,
angry.
I've had enough of this shit,
Yeah,
man.
no, I'm
like,
just
fucking pull away the curtains.
I get it. I'm just
Listen,
curious
I
what
was going
Sildana's thinking.
along. I was going along with a lot of like what Baax really wanted, because he was letting me in on it, and really Sildana was doing all this because she really just wanted to learn more about herself.
Ferverand,
yeah.
she's kind of had. She's been very. She has not really liked Ferverand a whole lot.
I mean,
Until
yeah.
now.
Yeah.
Well,
So
no, never.
just to quickly, like, this has been, as a DM, this has been lots of fun for me, just sitting there watching the two of you argue. This was great. But Belor,
No,
yeah.
it's the best DM feeling to have your players
Yeah.
like role play in character
Yeah.
amongst themselves for hours.
Yeah.
And you can just sit there twiddling your thumbs together, going like,
Yeah, but also I sometimes when I interject, it's mostly because I know we've been playing this campaign for a while, and I'm just saying, like, your character knows this information. Whatever you say next is make sure you incorporate that. But apart from that, it is your decision. So Belor brings the contract over for. It's kind of like, this is actually not that surprising. Ferverand, you've seen these sort of contracts. The Inquisition does these all the fucking time to their members. It's like,
standard procedure. Don't worry about it.
it's the NDA. It's like the standard NDA. But it's an NDA with a magical clause that if you do break it, you're fucked. Unlike a regular NDA where if they catch you, you're fucked.
With
If you're not
two
catch you, you're not.
exceptions.
Yes. You do, I assume, like, Baax did agree to your exceptions, which was one of them. If revealing, if I remember this correctly, just for me as a DM, if revealing this information would save innocent people, you are not, like, you may reveal this information. And if revealing this information would safeguard the safety of the lady herself, you may reveal this information. These are the only two clauses where the NDA does not apply, basically.
Yes.
Okay. Just putting this for me as a DM into the clause. Apart from that, it's basically the standard of like.
Do you have any objections to these clauses, Matt?
I already said I agreed upon them.
So,
just making sure.
The other clauses are, you may reveal this information freely between the members of, like, because you are not the follower of Gallifrey, but the followers of Gallifrey, like, if approved by Baax, you may reveal this information to other followers of Gallifrey because they're all searching for this information that they're all looking for. And the more they know about it, the better their search would be. But obviously, the level of trust only goes Baax and then the rest of the people that he deems reasonable. So in a way, like, if Baax says, you can tell him, you can say this information to this person. But that only applies to people who worship Gallifrey. In that, like,
so I need his approval to divulge the information to anyone else that isn't inside the clause already.
No. You need his permission to divulge this information to the members of the cult. Randomly.
Right.
If it's those two clauses.
I can't tell Danny about any of this, even though he was in the room.
No. As I said yourself, after Belluar gave the contract, everybody leaves. It's just us two.
Yeah. So the idea.
Oh, okay. I thought Danny was still here.
No, the idea.
No.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, Danny.
The idea of this contract is.
I'm sorry, Sylfania, but you're gonna have to wait outside the room until the big boys are done talking.
The way that I mean, you can fight it, Sylfania. If you want to stay here, you can like. You don't have to.
You can argue.
You can argue.
You can argue the same thing about trust that I did, if you want to be really malicious about it.
Not malicious. If you're just like, yo, guys, I saved your life many times. Can you, like, fucking fill me in on this bullshit? Then you will, like, I'm sure Trial would let you stay. He likes you.
Look.
I honestly, I don't know.
Like, you guys are part of my cult. I will reveal it once the time is right.
So Donna's only felt like a failure her whole life. She doesn't really want to bother anybody
So the
anymore.
thing is, about the contract, from my understanding, is there is a clause in a way, like, the way the cult works, what you know is, it's like an information cell. So certain cells are told, like, you need to go to this country, and you need to sit in the city, establish yourself, and then when I ask you to go investigate a particular thing, you investigate and you report to me. That's as much as they know. You know that this is how the God of Knowledge works, to make sure that the knowledge isn't just told to everybody willy-nilly. Now, he has some people that are in his, like, close bosom, which you figured out Baax is probably one of them, that know a lot more than the other members of the cult. And it is up to them to reveal this knowledge to the other members of the cult, not up to the god. But because your contract has those 2 special clauses, basically, if saying this information, even to non-cult member, will save an innocent soul, you may do so to a cult member or non-cult member. It doesn't matter. Like, those clauses give you a veto on the general rule, but the general rule otherwise still applies. Do you know what I mean? Gabe?
Gabe?
Are you okay?
Is Gabe still there? He might
Oh
have
no, I broke him.
back. He might have stepped away.
I
Did he
broke
break?
him. I broke him.
Oh, no.
But basically, like, from my understanding, Baax, like, that's a standard contract of, unless those 2 situations of, like, it's directly against the lady. Yeah. Unless
I'm
it's
still here.
Oh, yeah.
I sent you a message in the fucking group chat that I'm gonna take a piss.
Oh, I didn't see it. I'm sorry.
I have broken the seal.
Oh, no, here it is. The seal has been broken. But yes, the idea is, like, there is a general, like, blanket contract in a way, like, the way God of Knowledge works is through cells. Like, he doesn't give its knowledge to every single member of the cult, but Baax is, like, his champion. So
The special boy.
yeah, the special boy. But what you know is the 2 clauses of, like, revealing
special little boy.
yeah, the revealing the information in case it harms an innocent or unrelated soul, or revealing this information if it harms or safeguards the lady. That applies regardless. Like, the blanket rules are just for general. Like, you can't casually mention to other members, oh yeah, that secret thing we're all looking for. You can't just say it randomly. But if this information is essential to save an innocent or the lady, you may say it to cult members or to non-cult members. Like, that's a get out of jail free card clause that you have in a blanket statement. But the blanket statement still needs to be there. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, we both signed a contract, right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay. Now that that's out of the way, I want to preface that innocence in this case is up to interpretation. Because to me, what is innocent is probably not the same as to you what is innocent, right? What is an innocent to me is a faithful follower of the lady and a person that has done no wrong according to our laws, right?
I mean, I would
However-
probably have the very same because I was also a citizen for fucking forever.
You were
Yeah.
born in the Empire. Oh no, you were like 3 when you moved to the Empire. Your entire adult, like, memory of life, you lived here with the laws of this country.
Right. Secondly, for preface, the reason I probably broke the seal is because I've had like 1.5 liters of alcohol in my system for a while now.
Jesus, yeah.
Yeah. Thirdly, for the lady, for her own protection, technically, in quotations, literally everything that you tell me so far, or have told me so far, is for her own benefit and her own protection. So, technically, again in quotations, anything I divulge to her is free game.
I mean, I would claim that I wouldn't leave such an obvious loophole and go into it would be like actual harm to the lady, like actual harm, like actual threat. Just being a minor information doesn't necessarily have the connotation of danger.
Once
Do you
again-
specify physical harm or external harm?
I'd say physical, or also like just in general, like actually like spiritual. But like, because if
Oh.
external is so vague.
Let me clarify one thing. This is me using out of character knowledge, right? We both know that the lady's source of power is whatever is in the dungeon, right? You know
do you
that.
both know that though?
I mean, I'm gathering from context clues. Okay, shut up for a minute. Let me have a.
Alright, okay.
Damn, bro.
Okay,
let
bro.
me theory craft here for a minute.
Yeah,
So-
Spin it, Queen, spin it.
This is the web I'm spinning. From what information you, Baax, singularly have gathered, is that whatever the lady's source of power is probably the cousin or nephew or whatever relation is to Gallifrey is as the source of power. Presumably, the lady is, sucking the fucking divine marrow out of his body to fuel her sacred power to keep herself going, while your task is to free him, which would eventually, break the lady's power, making her no longer a divine entity, therefore freeing the nephew slash cousin of Gallifrey, which was their eternal quest, while simultaneously harming the lady, both externally and physically, I would argue, since you are actively dampening her actual physical powers. It would fall under the same category.
I'm gonna
Externally,
interject here as a DM.
Mhm. Yeah.
You're very metagaming this at the moment, but this would depend. But this would depend whether your character realizes this information. Like, if you realize that at the moment you all you know is that the lady is highly invested in what's going on here, but the lady has had her power and has been divine before whatever happened in Laudenborough happened. Okay, like you're aware of this, so I would say your character is not sure about this plot. But technically, if you find that out at some point, and you realize that the information that you have might harm the lady's source of power, according to this contract, you may tell her this. From my understanding of the DM.
That's my point, because as I said, Baax solely, he knows this information. I, as Ferverand, do not.
And Baax, you also don't know what, you are suspecting that this is the case, but you also, you know what you know, and he knows what he knows. It's really hard not to metagame in this point, because we're getting to, the crux of it.
I'm very suspective on it, and, while Ferverand doesn't know that it's, a body or family member, he could suspect it's an item he would want or something.
So, essentially, getting to the nitty-gritty of it, I, as Ferverand, know that whatever is in the dungeon is adamant for the lady to maintain her power. For why else would she have an intricate fucking labyrinth constructed and demons constantly hound for it? It's because it's either her source of power or something that lets her maintain her power.
Or maybe it's something dangerous, you don't know.
I mean, it would be pretty fucking stupid if it's just something dangerous and not something that maintains her power.
Why do you think that? Because, as I said before, the Empire has been strong for so many years. She has been stretched thin. She can't be in all places at once, and she needs to rule it from Lesnagor. If there is something dangerous that she can't get rid of in Esthara and she needs to seal in a certain way, what better way is to keep the knowledge in between the people she trusts, seal it in a city where you have a bunch of wards, and then carry on dealing with the war. She'll, the Empire, at the moment, is still at war. It's always at war with Night Favicia. This has been going on for the last, 100 years. And because the Divine is always busy dealing with military movements. She can't be in all places at once. All I'm saying is your character, apart from those two, this could be the source of her power, at the moment, you don't have any reason not to suspect that it could also be, oh, she found a dangerous artifact or a dangerous demonic entity that she was like, I don't have the power or the time to banish you at the moment. Let me just seal you down there. I know it's dangerous, but it's the best I can do at the moment.
Simply because of two things. One, you never keep your source of power underneath your throne, because then you have to constantly stay on your throne to maintain your power. If she leaves the capital for any reason whatsoever, her power is at risk, right? So arguably, she would want to hide her source of power, preferably within any landmass that is not considered non-threatening and not really, in quotations, on the map, which is what Laudenborough is. It is a city where people come and go, and it's always safe and always happy, and people never really think about it except as a tourist stop, right? It's something you just come and go. The fact that stuff is happening now is something that gravely concerns the lady, especially since she specifically sent me to this city to investigate for specifically demonic plot, right?
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Can I have one
Sec-
second? I'll be right back. I just have some flashing lights. I need to double check. 1 minute.
I would argue one thing that is kind of heretical of you, Gabe, is the fact
before-
that you were saying her power.
Before you do that, wait for Natalie to come back.
Blah, blah, blah.
Wait for Natalie to come back.
Okay.
Yeah, you shut your fucking whore mouth, you son of a bitch.
Okay, how much have you been drinking and how much have you eaten today? Because I feel like you're getting there.
I've had one meal today, and it was at approximately noon. It was
True.
one KFC Boxmaster, and that's it. That's the entirety of my food consumption for the day. I am running on like 1,400 calories, and then like the rest of it is just alcohol at this point.
I'm like
Lord, I can
halfway
hear
through
it.
this whiskey.
Man, this is just gonna be like your drinking nights instead.
I mean, if it were a drinking night, I would probably make fun of like 347 or whatever the fuck.
Sorry,
number
sorry
is.
guys.
Oh,
It's 394.
My microwave has been
Fucking
giving
nerd.
me a strange error code and it's
Well,
been
hey,
flashing, so I've
excuse
been worried.
me.
All right. You know what? As a
Hey.
DM, I'm gonna round this up because we've been going around in circles around this for a while. I know what you mean, Ferverand. I know what you mean, Baax. We know.
Matt had something he wanted to say.
Go on.
I was gonna say it is a little heretical of you to assume it's like her power / divinity when she's meant to be like a god, and a god wouldn't have her powers somewhere else and just be inside her now.
True.
So wouldn't you just assume it would be an artifact of such?
You know what?
Like it would still be her power being like under her control and important for her, but it's like it's not her
For-
divinity.
For
Yo.
your clarification, I've already stated to you before that I'm already aware her power isn't absolute, considering that I'm not fully resurrected after my death that I revealed to you when I took my mask off. I am already a failure of a resurrection, proving her power isn't absolute. I'm aware she's flawed. I'm aware she's not a full divinity. And I have relayed this to you.
That is true. To be fair. Okay. So just to again, we've been going around in circles for like
And
30
you're
minutes.
still a worshipper.
And also because I don't want Soldan to get too bored. All I'm gonna say is both of you are now aware of all these points. Let's just put it this way, and let's just say if Baax is okay with it, the contract will state that if something compromises the lady's position / power / safety or the safety of the empire and the people thereof, he may divulge this information. Now, Baax,
To finish
this is just divulging the information. This is not like doing anything about it.
To finish my rant, either whatever is underneath the city is her power source, or it is whatever is keeping the teleportation / plane shifting at bay, which is technically also preventing the demonic evasion.
To be fair, he's not wrong. Yeah.
Which is arguably in benefit to her lady.
I mean, from what you know, all you know, Baax, is like the nephew has gone missing. You don't know where he is. He suspects he might be here. That's it. That's all you know. Everything else would be either metagaming or like supposition. This is all the information you've been given.
Essentially, Mats, the information you have at hand now, after this hypothetical discussion of whatever the blah blah blah, you know that provided the cousin or nephew, whichever, isn't the source of the lady's power, you are certain that I won't immediately break your kneecaps if you try to free it. If it is her source of power and you try to free it, I will without hesitation break your kneecaps and your fucking joints and wear you like a backpack for the rest of your days.
Absolutely. My point of the entire contract is a delay action. And it is only that. If we come into that final chamber and we become enemies, don't expect mercy from me either. Like, because like
okay, so
I'm ready to throw down, bro.
So as a DM, for me,
So-
this is the Israel-Gaza peace ceasefire agreement. The one that's like, for now, we're good. But if anything changes, oh fuck you, bombs. Let's go.
To clarify,
Jesus.
just so Natalie, you have it on clear, like on paper. Technically, he has put me on this contract so I can't sabotage his freeing of whatever the fuck. While at the same time, I have managed to negotiate terms / clauses that allow me to speak of this instance, provided it doesn't harm innocents or the lady, which is vague enough for me to speak of this regardless. This entire magical contract is absolutely null and void, with the exception of if I am interrogated by demons or any hostile entity.
Basically, with what your characters know of each other and the situation at the moment, this is how it works. Also, this contract only prevents you from speaking. Like, what I'm saying is, if midway, metagaming here, you figure out that, oh no, this dude is trying to do something that the lady disapproves of, you may take action. It's more of like, it never stops you from taking action. It's mostly stops you from speaking of it. So that's it.
Yeah, nothing is preventing me from taking action. I just can't speak of it. But I added 2 clauses that I could vaguely enough interpret it to speak of it regardless.
You know what? I'm sorry, but this has been going for an hour, so I'm just gonna say this. Are you accepting this, Baax? Is this acceptable to you? If it is, we sign it and we move on. Can we just go?
It doesn't matter. He already accepted it. The matter of the fact is, I've essentially bamboozled him to let me speak of it freely regardless.
You know what? With Baax being 20... How old are you? 21? 24? 25? 25? I think you're 24. Yeah, your character's 24, and Ferverand is a veteran of subterfuge and spycraft. I'm just gonna say, yeah, you bamboozle him. Let's just go with this.
I already did! I already bamboozled him. Like, I already got him to agree to the clause.
Perfect.
He's already fallen for it.
Okay, we're done. We're happy. We're done with it. Let's just move on. Move on. Sorry. I'm just gonna veto this. Next scene.
Even in fucking drunken stupor, I have fucking gained the upper hand.
You have done it. Good for you. Can we move on? Okay.
I want a trophy, okay?
You got the Xbox achievement.
You want your fucking chicken nuggies?
There you go. You got your Xbox achievement. You got it to your face. So after you sign the contract, you feel as you write the pen on it, the magical binding take place. It doesn't feel like too foreign. It's like, all right, it's a magical effect. Once you're done, the rest of the people go in, like, they're all waiting outside. You may divulge whatever information you want, Baax. Do so now, and then we'll move on to the next day. So we can finally finish your research, y'all.
Yay!
So he's Santa Claus. No.
I'm essentially Santa Claus. I bring
it.
you various presents of punches to the face.
So do we? What do we do now?
I mean, Baax still has to divulge the information he wants to divulge.
Yeah.
So
okay.
After this, we'll move on to the next day. Yeah.
For clarification, Mads, I have already stated I'm putting my cards on the table. So if there's anything you want to know, just tell me.
Yeah. All right. Well, it's all down in paper now.
Literally.
Yeah. It's quite intense. This is well, he's really after the one thing any person really wants is their family back. And whether the truth of the matter that we're finding, because even I don't know if it's for sure what is down there, his family or not, because he's been searching everywhere. And this is just one of the places he suspects has something. It's not for sure, it's not certain. There's no threat immediate threat, and even if it truly is, I do believe that we can find a compromise if it was.
In that case, all I ask of you, Baax Obsidian, in return for my trust in you, is that whenever you do find this source of whatever it is keeping the nephew imprisoned, that you do not rush to free him before we know exactly why and what is imprisoning him. Because if their imprisonment is keeping hell, literally hell, at bay, you may wish to postpone the, freedom of.
Well, I still live in this world. I'm not gonna jump to conclusions just by seeing him, even if it is him. What I want you to be very clear on is that this is not a threat. I don't want you to just go and run and like fucking spill the beans thinking there's this huge threat now, because it's not even for sure. It's not even like a 20% chance. This is a guess.
You have my word that provided this doesn't endanger the entire world as we know it, I will stay my hand, provided that in the same instance you stay yours.
Yeah.
And in
At the
canon,
end of the day, we'll
in
both
canon,
do
you
the
have
best of our duties.
you have finished the
Then
bottle
we have
of,
then we have an agreement, and I reach my hand for a handshake.
So
Or you just bite it.
as you do this
I don't know,
handshake,
like I said in my hand to like do the classic, full on. No, I'll give you the hand.
Belloir, Saldana, and Trarl go back inside, and you notice that the bottle that was next to Ferverand is empty. And then Belloir is like, "How are you alive?" And then he's like, "Oh wait, you're undead, right?" So like, I guess it's fine. In
We
canon, you
drunkenly fucking spilled the beans to each other.
basically this is what it feels like. Great. You know what? We're just gonna blast through the next 3 days, and we're gonna probably start next session 6 days later when you want to do something, because because this was the most dramatic part, but now you're all clear, and once again, now what Baax
it had a lot of legality.
Yeah, once Baax and I hate legal shit, but what Baax and Ferverand both know is the fact that at this point, I would say you were paying attention, Ferverand, and you know that Galaefe's nephew, or son of the god of the wind and storm, has, because of his nature of, I like to travel the universe, because the Feywild, like, I'm the god of song and magic, and Feywild already has so much of it, I want to bring it to other worlds. And he's been gone for centuries. And the uncle has went looking for him, because he hasn't been home in a while.
So one of my two theories is correct, that either he's the source of power, but in this specific instance, he is the source of keeping hell at bay.
I mean,
I do just want to say this one thing to you both. I said family. I did not say nephew.
True,
I did not specify who.
But I'd say, I mean, yeah, I'd say...
And many of the Fey gods have been gone for fucking forever, according, like, from whatever he knew. So, like,
that's true.
It's vague enough so you don't know the identity of the god.
Anyway,
just saying.
Just saying. All you guys know, like, and also you, Baax, all you know is, like, he has asked you to find his family member. That's it. Like, he's just trying to find where he is. If he's...
Not even you know, Baax. Shut up.
To him, what you realize from the conversation, if the family member is dead, he at least wants to bring the news to his father. Like, your son is dead, he has died here. The not knowing is worse than knowing. And a god of knowledge has been tasked with the task of finding what happened to his nephew. So that's all you know, Baax. Like, he never asked you to go rescue him. It's more like, can you tell me if he is there or not? Because I have like 80 other worlds I have people in looking for him. Can you like remove this world from the equation, please, so I can move on?
For specifications, for Baax's sake in this instance, does he know who the father is and what their domain is?
Do you want to check that, Baax?
Didn't you say the father? Or was that the uncle that was like the lightning, whatever?
Do you want to give me a religion check?
I feel like this is something I would know pretty well, considering
my
my particular persuasion, but... Oh, man.
Oh, it's almost in that 20. A 13. I mean, this is like...
I mean, you technically have inspiration.
No, it's fine. He's already used it. But what I'm going to say is...
I did use it.
He's already used it. But what I'm going to say is, because you have been the follower of Galaife, you and your family are aware of the other elven gods as well. And you do know that the whole deal of, like, there are 7 of them, but the voice of the world, or Hui Teledar, the god of, like, eternal song or eternal spring, his whole deal was the fact that he was the son of the Sky Warden Delsane and the Elendriel, the everlasting bloom, who is the mother of all, is the only, like, all the other gods were kind of, you know, not related, and he's the only, like, offspring of 2 gods. The reason, like, he is the only god who willingly left the Feywild centuries and eons ago, before other realms even were a thing. Because, again, he is the god of spring and song and magic, and the Feywild is full of it. And he got bored, and he said, hey, other worlds must not have this much magic and song and merriment and spring and youth and all that. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go on a spring break and travel. And then he has been gone since then. Delsane did not approve him leaving. His mother did not approve him leaving. He just fucking left. And then never came back or wrote a letter. So his parents are worried. And they were like, yo, uncle, you're the god of fucking knowledge. Go find our loose son.
My son went on a trip around Europe and he's never come back since he went to Spain. Oh.
Basically, in a nutshell, this is the, like, you don't, like, you know, like, the worshippers of the god of the song believe that he is on a pilgrimage across the world, bringing magic and song to them. And if you worship hard enough, he might grace you with his presence. That's what the followers of the god of song know.
So the question is whether or not the son has put their parents on ignore on their journey, or if they've actually been put in danger.
Exactly. Nobody knows. Not even the god of knowledge knows this information. Because, you know, he's been gone for so long. And Baax, you would know, like, oh, I think he might be mentioning the, you know, Hui Teledar, or, like, the voice of the world. Probably, because you can extrapolate by your vague knowledge of the Pantheon, but because of the way it's been marketed, in a way, like, it's always been marketed that he's on a pilgrimage across the world, bringing song and joy to the entire universe, but the universe is vast, so he may not return for eons. Now you know that actually he's not just on a journey. He never told anyone where the fuck he was going, and his family is worried. Could be nothing, but could be danger. That's all you know.
He went to a divine whorehouse.
Maybe. No. And just stay there for a while.
Yeah. He's having a good time, don't worry about it.
Obviously the gods are like, this is bad PR to tell the followers, oh yeah, we misplaced a god. We just misplaced him. It's more of like, right, can we not tell people we misplaced him and just say he went on a journey, and then we actually look for him?
I will, semi-related, I suppose. I will state one thing. Sky Warden is a pretty kick-ass title you came up with. Like, honestly, thumbs up, kudos to you.
Yeah, but I mean, he's the god of, like, the keeper of winds and clouds and thunder and lightning. He's the combination of Zeus and, like, the god of the skies, and he's, like, an eagle.
Oh, no. Does he also turn into a goose and fuck maidens?
No, he turns into an eagle and
Did he also make the fucking... Did he also make the Minotaur?
No.
Anyway... He just turns into a falcon and fucks maidens. Completely different character.
Different character. Anyway.
Oh, so that's why the era, the bird people came around.
To be fair, Delsane is fully Delsane, by lore, and both of you would know this, is fully devoted to his wife, who is the mother of all. And while she can create life, the two of them are the only ones who created a god, and that god has gone missing, and they have not had any children since then. They are...
Listen.
So he's the only child, and the parents are worried. I'm gonna close the book here, and we're gonna move on to you guys reading
if she is the mother of all, then my god, or I guess her god, has seriously been plowing that fucking bush. Jesus Christ.
It's not like
Because
mother of all.
all
It's
is a pretty wide subject.
the
Like
way
you go out and you're like, I wanna harvest some fucking thyme or some shit. Or like some spices for your food. Well, guess who fucking birthed that shit? The mother of all, baby.
I'm not going to explain the metaphysics of the Feywild to you, but all I'm gonna say is the way the everlasting blue Melendriel, the mother of fertility, what she does is, I know you're trolling, but what I'm explaining
I'm
is,
just saying
yeah.
her womb is a fucking minigun at this point.
If she wants to create grass, she can just magic up grass. The whole womb thing is, if they want to make another god level creature, that she would need to copulate with a god to create one. But she is the only goddess in Elven Pantheon that can do so. Anyway.
Telling me she's a slacker and she can pop those out
Sure.
at like
Anyway,
all the time.
Sylvana, these guys have been explaining legalese in that room for a while.
As a famous gun once said,
I could not hear any of that, but you know what? I'm gonna say this. You've been talking a while. Let Sildana have her spotlight for a minute here.
Fair enough.
Sildana's outside the room, and you and Belor and Trarel are standing there awkwardly, waiting for this legalese to happen. Does Sildana just chill there, or is there some sort of conversation you want to have? Because you guys just got kicked out.
So, while they're doing that, wanna get a snack or a drink or something?
Oh god, I hope you never, I hoped you'd ask. And then Belor is still holding meat. He seems to be quite attached to the guardian dog. You guys
tried salted peanuts?
You guys go to the kitchen, and the kitchen just gives you like a charcuterie, a tray of snacks. You may pick whatever you wish. The kitchen will cook it for you. You guys are just chilling, and Belor is just like, well, this was I mean, I knew Ferverand was some, he did say he was part of the Inquisition, but I just didn't expect that we'd get fucked so quickly. But hopefully he is chill with it. I mean, right now we're all in danger, so maybe he can hold off the judgment before, but yeah, it's a bit of a sticky situation.
My relationship with the Holy Order has always been complicated. I mean, I've served for so many years and feel like I got nothing out of it, really.
I want to put into perspective, Danny,
Mm-hmm.
that you have sworn yourself to a foreign god, despite already have swearing yourself to the lady, which automatically makes you a heretic. So the fact that I've already mentioned I've called the lady and her forces to the city means that you are very much in danger of physical harm, of heresy.
Yep.
Yeah, and you guys are sitting there in the kitchen eating, I don't know, salami and cheese sandwiches, because those are the best. And Belor is just like, right, so I guess he has crusaded the city. Well, at least we'll be rid of the demons, but I don't know whether we should probably...
Probably not me, though. I probably won't be safe. I might need to leave town or something.
Yeah, I feel like I might leave town as well. But, I mean, keep that as a possibility, but maybe keep an eye out on what's going on. Because I feel like, and Trowel sits there for a second and goes like, personally, I feel like while we do have some sort of inside fighting, not fighting, but different ideals inside our group, I feel like the whole demons or devils thing that's happening, that is a threat to everybody involved. And I feel like,
no doubt.
and I feel like while we're dealing with that, I think we're all adults and we're all capable of teaming up to deal with this issue. It's more of once that issue is dealt with, what we should do. And I feel like as long as we have some safety measures to protect ourselves, that's all we can do at the moment. But I think any more discussion will cause escalation, and that's bad. And then Belor kind of looks over at Trowel and says, since when have you become such a diplomat? Like, what the fuck happened to you? You were like, what? You're 5. How the fuck do you know how to say? And then Trowel turns around like, I am 40, Dad. I have had a PhD. Oh. I understand it's difficult for you to know because you've been raised in a society.
I understand chemistry, Dad. Shut up.
I understand that it's hard for you to understand that as an elf, a 40 is barely 4 years old, but I've lived in this society for the entirety of my life. I was born in this city, Dad. So technically, I'm an adult. And then Bellower kind of like pets the dog and looks at him like, all right, adult you are. All right.
Does that mean that technically an elven child can have like 4 PhDs and still be considered a child?
Yeah. If he is in the Sea of Chillindraith, yeah. But it's more, everything there is done without disregard of timelines. Because he was born and lived in a mortal society, he developed as a mortal person while being immortal.
The more and more I keep thinking about this age stuff, the more and more I feel weird about like letting you drink that one time.
Oh my fucking god. Like, I'm an adult. I can make my own decisions. And Bellower's like, right, okay. That's enough. But that's enough of you. I'm done. While the three of you enjoy yourselves in the kitchen, I assume the rest of you deal with your information network. And quickly before we end the session, you guys have some books left and you have 3 days left to do. We're gonna go with you, Ferverand, first. Is there any other glimpses of information you want to get from that journal? Or would you like to research some other topic as well? It's up to you.
Well, I already know who is the person giving them the deadlines, and I'm pretty sure I already know who their supplier is, considering, who we fucked up in the recent past. I want to know as much as possible, aside from the mysterious bigger than you imagine tower. I want to know like where he's keeping these supplies, like what is the supply and where is he keeping it. My assumption is the supply is orphan souls / blood, and the location is the tower with the teleporting stairwell to kind of confuse you to the size and all that shit. But I kind of just want to confirm it as I go over his diary.
Okay, this would require an investigation, and it's gonna be, it's pretty hard. He seems to be quite careful. I'm gonna say it's DC 24.
Oh, I'm gonna use an inspiration on that.
Alright.
Oh! 17. That's not enough.
As you're looking through, he never mentions what the reagent is. It's always mentioned reagent. I'm gonna say you spent. Give me a d6 roll.
D6.
Actually, d4 roll. Give me a d4 roll.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
D4 roll 4.
Right, you spend the next 3 days combing through this journal and even looking through, like, you at some point, Soldada, your son, Alanan, comes in, and you now know he is now the director, or like the overseer of the orphanage, because that still needs to function. Even with him giving you as much information as he can from the orphanage itself, if like he did did I tell you this fact that like he did find like the burnt section of the building had like an underground cellar underneath it? Do you remember this information? I think he might have told you this.
Vaguely.
Yeah, because when you came back, he did tell you like, oh, you asked me to go find some plans, and he did say like there was a cellar, that was fully burnt to the ground, and there was nothing left in there. Even with him helping you, you probably know that whatever reagents they were using, they were storing it in the orphanage cellar that they burnt down to hide the evidence. And then you assume probably it has been transferred to Thomas, but there is no evidence in his to-do list. You have exhausted every single source of information you can, but you're now only working on your hypothesis, and you can only hope your hypothesis is correct. You do not have any evidence for this. But think of what you will. I'm sorry, those rolls are low. I can't really help you anymore than that. Meanwhile, Baax, You still have 3 days of reading left after that harrowing situation. Do you want to go over any of the other books, or are you just, like, existential crisising it in the corner?
I mean, I'm not too worried at the moment.
You got
conversation
anatomy.
we had.
You got anatomy and etymology of leprechauns. You got a transmutation textbook and a thesis from Thomas Darkdraft that he wrote when he was young.
Is
See,
it
I
a
don't think
thesis
the
on how to make
leprechauns-
your penis bigger?
No, it's a thesis
No,
on
it's
teleportation.
teleportation.
No longer a myth, but
Ah.
a possibility.
I have a feeling that the anatomy and ethology of leprechauns won't really do me any good. I don't know why.
Are you sure? I mean,
Well, where's
we
my pot
could
of gold?
use a pot. We could use a pot of gold, honestly.
Can you get some Lucky Charms?
Belor is filthy rich. You don't need money.
I think it might just be useful to read the Book of Teleportation.
Okay, so you sort of look at this thesis that's been bound in a beautiful sort of cover. Clearly, he's very proud of his work. And this is something he wrote about 15 years ago before he became... actually, I'll tell you exactly how long ago he wrote this thesis. Bear with me.
27 years ago.
The thesis is linked to... One second. I've done a timeline of these things. But again, I've done this ages ago, so bear with me. I need to get exactly how many years ago it's been done. It's year 41212, which is, at the moment, we're in 41230. Yeah, 18 years ago. I would say about, it's 17 or 16 years ago that this thesis had been written. And it's mostly, like, what are you trying to glimpse from this thesis? This is the second thesis you're reading, so you're not going to get the penalty for the intelligence roll. But are you trying to look for any particular information, or are you just browsing?
Memorization of the magical arrays for the teleportation spells, so I would be able to recognize such spells in action.
Okay, then give me an Arcana check with advantage, because Trarel and, like, Soldana will be helping you. To the best of their ability. 11. This is complicated. As you're reading this, you realize this is a very dry theoretical mathematics paper, and you're like, oh, fuck. There's a lot of equations here. You do not know what... You don't understand half of it. From the abstract, you basically read that the whole point of this thesis is, since the ability of divine and magical teleportation has no longer been an option due to circumstances of Esthara. Basically, the whole 1,000 years ago, portals stopped closing and people can't teleport things. This guy has finally found a solution to this problem. He says, from year 11, what you can kind of understand from the flowery language, he found a way to circumvent the restrictions between teleportation that, like, before, you draw a magic circle, and you can teleport to another magic circle you have drawn. That's how teleportation spell works. Or, if you had a tuning fork, you could tune to a certain realm of existence, and you would teleport there, you know? That is no longer an option in the star. Any kind of teleportation is nearly impossible to do. He has provided a method where he uses... this is in the abstract, so even you with an 11 can understand this, but you don't know how it works. He uses a modified teleportation circles, where he adds particular, like, there is, like, a mirror array, where glass has this refractive index that tends to amplify magic in a certain way. You don't understand how that works, some sort of physics bullshit. But he manages to modify the teleportation circle, use particular mirrors made of certain crystals from a certain mine somewhere, because he found that this element amplifies teleportation magic specifically. And even then, like, once that activates, that can only teleport to another circle with a similar array. And it does require an expert transmutation wizard to do this, because it's not a regular, like, spell. It requires transmutation of a certain element to be able to do this. With an 11, that's all you understand. The rest of it is very flowery bullshit. I'm better than thou. only I know how this works, but this is the proof that it does. And
To be fair, my primary goal was just to recognize the magical array, so I
So,
would be able to stop it.
with
if I
an
needed
11, like, even as an idiot, with an 11, you understand that the regular teleportation is like you draw a circle with chalk, and then you can go into it, and then you come out the other end. This way, you still have to, like, have a teleportation circle, but because of Esthara's issues, it needs to have special mirrors placed in special locations, and it has to be activated using a special spell. That's all you know, with an 11. And it does take you 3 days to go through it, because Thomas Darkdraft does love to fucking write. His thesis is like 200,000 words. It's fucking huge.
I would like to argue that you specified as an idiot, you would know X, Y, and Z, but technically Matt has an intelligence of 15 and higher, so he's not your average idiot.
No, but
he's a special idiot.
What I mean is, yeah, he's a special idiot, but what I mean is this is the... Like, even a smart... Like, the way to put it, even a smart person, when they read a thesis about a niche topic that they're not an expert in, there's gonna be a limit if they fail an intelligence check of comprehending whatever the fuck the other person's writing. Now, they may comprehend the abstract, because that's the whole point. You need to be able to comprehend the abstract and the introduction. But the result in the discussion is gonna go over your head when you read something that's, like... I'm gonna say this. If I read a theoretical physics paper, I may understand the abstract and maybe some of the introduction, but the moment it goes into the results and all the formulas, it's gonna go all over my fucking head, even though I have a PhD. And I objectively am an intelligent person. So this is kind of what I mean. Because you're not an expert in transmutation, you're not an expert in teleportation circles, nobody has done any teleportation magic. This has been one of the... he is literally the reason he's the dean of the magic school is because he's the only person in the world who has figured out a way to use teleportation magic after all the portals were gone. He's the only person in the world that you know of. And so, like, that's why he became super famous and super rich, and, like, he can get... at 30, he's, like, what, 35, 33? He can get a position of a dean of, like, a magic school. Because of this. And this is why he can write... Honestly, he can write whatever bullshit he likes in his thesis. He's gonna pass it. In a way. You know, he's already had, like, 8 papers published before this thesis. And with an 11, this is what you get. You will not be able to use this teleportation circle no matter what you do, but you will definitely be able to recognize it because it has very ostentatious and obvious mirrors placed around it.
That's completely fine. I didn't need more than that.
And you do know that it does require an expert in transmutation to activate.
In my mind, I just wanted to know how to best I could sabotage it or dispel it or something, and I would be able to do that better if I knew what it looked like.
What you know is the mirrors are... with an 11, I'm going to give you this. The mirrors are an important part. Like, if you do something to the mirrors, the teleportation circle may no longer work.
Yeah, that's fine. Alright.
I guess with that low roll, it does take you a while to go through it. And while you have other books, it has been 6 days. So I'm going to wrap up the session here because it's already been going for like 4 hours. And
no, my backstory. It's okay.
No, that's true. But like, if you guys want to quickly discuss where you go next, that will really help you plan the next session. Or if you guys need some time to think about it, we can go into next session doing that. It's up to you. I'm giving you this...
Well, it's just making a schematic and then, or finishing up the final details and then venturing in, no?
But the idea is, do you guys want to investigate Thomas a little more to see what the hell he's building up there? What is this project he's working on? Or do you guys want to go straight into the dungeon and try to figure out? I need to know because what I need to prep for next session is more of
okay.
Do you tell them what you know
Ferverand.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. Cards on the table. I tell them what I know and what I suspect. And what I suspect is Thomas Darkdraft is essentially a key to this whole operation because they want to free the nephew for whatever nefarious reasons to unlock teleportation, blah, blah, blah. And considering it's his like primary subject of study, he seems the most capable individual for it. So it's one of the first people who want to neutralize to delay them for the longest possible period of time. And then I'm gonna try to keep this short because I see that ad breaks are gonna happen in like 2 minutes and 40 seconds.
No, I'm snoozing them. Don't worry about it.
Okay, so we have 5 minutes. I wanna get Thomas Darkdraft because he is a vital key point in their plans. Um, if we go for just the dungeon itself, we're gonna have to deal with the entirety of bullshit that is the dungeon, plus whatever he has planned. If we deal with him first, it's going to significantly hamper all of their plans, and they're gonna have to restructure them entirely based on whatever bumblefuck they can gather to pick up whatever workload he has left behind. If they can even possibly decipher it, which I assume would take them at least a week if Thomas Darkdraft isn't a fucking idiot, which gives us enough time to go into the dungeon and get to the objective first.
So how do you
So-
want to do this? You want to ambush him? You want to invade him, his little thingy? You want to break into his home?
Oh, we're gonna
What's the
ambush Thomas because the best way to get to a wizard is at a location they haven't, like, at a location they don't own, which is essentially a location they can't prepare in, and by surprise. That is the best way to get a wizard.
And how do you want to get him there?
I fucking send him a letter of emergency that requires his specific expertise. Like, mention, fabricate a story about how you have been contacted by a demon and you are uncertain of what to do, and you desperately require his knowledge and expertise on what to do next. Because if he's with the demons, he's going to somewhat convince you to join his cause, to get yet another underling to do his bidding. And if he's going to convince you not to do it, he's still going to have to show up in person to keep it on the down low that he's working with demons. Either way, you're going to get him out of his comfort zone and into whatever location we want him to be in. And that's where you get him by surprise. Like, we're not going to immediately jump him. We're going to let him talk for a few minutes, get his spiel going on, and that's when we jump in. Because once he feels he's convinced you to join his side in any capacity, that's when he has his guard down. That's when we jump him.
What about the Archbishop?
Why do you think? Why would the Archbishop join in? You're specifically contacting the head, the dean of the school. If they immediately jump to the Archbishop, it's like already implicating them in the same plot immediately. Like, if the Archbishop is involved, he can't, in quotations, expressly say that the demons should be listened to or you should appear there. Like, he can't convince you to join his side because the Archbishop is there. If he leaves the Archbishop out of it, he can more easily convince you to join his side, and then later on implicate the Archbishop. If the Archbishop is already there, he's already put a fucking full blockade on any possibility of joining the demon.
I feel like we might need to next time plan.
Oh no, yeah, okay. This is gonna be another hour of conversation, so all I know is my question was whether you guys deem, after all this information that you got from Thomas's place, whether you deem like we should probably go and stop whatever he's doing, whatever project he's working on, get him out of the equation.
The first one.
Yeah. Or you're going. So now that I know that you're planning to sabotage him first, we can then continue this in another session when you had some time to percolate and, you know, digest this information. Maybe plan amongst yourselves. That will save me time. Feel free to do this in Discord if you like.
We already know he's guilty. We're just going to make sure he dies outside.
He is fully guilty. Fully guilty. It's just now either stopping his project or sabotaging his project or stopping him as a person. Either of this, you all know with the information you've just gathered from his office, would hinder whatever the demons are doing at the moment. It may not completely stop it, but it will definitely slow them the fuck down. And then gives you that gives you time to fully, you know, Again, Sigil tells you, like, these seals have been closed for centuries. He's only been maintaining the outer seal. He's never been in there. He knows the schematics, but that's about it. Nobody's been down there. And so whatever you encounter there might be heavily guarded or dangerous if you are planning to go all the way down into the depths. So having, you know, it's a logical statement of having any enemies you potentially could have is getting rid of them before you go head into the lion's den. And so, all I'm gonna say is, Sildana, I need you to give me, before we leave, another, I want to say, history check. You have 3 more chances to do history rolls. So give me 3 rolls.
1.
Ooh, 17, not bad. I'd say with a 17, you the next day you remember, oh shit, I have that painting. That dwarf painter gave me a painting from the Sea of Tlandraith, the islands, of ships in the harbor. And as you look at it, you start remembering that vision of being on a ship in that harbor. And so next time you guys are doing... Oh, geez, stop biting me. You're doing a history check. Give me it with advantage, please.
Okay. Ooh.
Damn.
Just to round up this episode real quick.
Okay.
Because I feel like Sildana has been stuck in between a mortar and a hard place during this whole thing.
It's been whatever. It's fine. Don't worry.
No, drama has to happen. Go on, Sildana.
Yeah, it has to happen.
Yeah. Give me a history check with advantage, please.
Oh, you want another one? Okay.
Yes.
Oh, 20.
Not 20! Alright, so
So it's gonna happen
Sildana...
at least once this session.
Yeah, it's happened twice now. So Sildana, you, during one of the days where you and Belawar meditate together, you realize that painting brings you back to when you were 4. And you remember holding your father's hand on the bow of the ship. And this memory comes back very vividly to you, to the point where Baax and Belawar both see it. And Belawar immediately recognizes it as one of the harbors from the Sea of Tlandraith to the island of where, like, the elves interact with non-elves, so, like, the mortal races. So you, from the vision, the way Belawar looks at it, he tells you it looks like the ship was heading from the Sea of Tlandraith, like, from the actual island of the full-blood elves that no one is allowed to, towards the island where the elves interact with people. So, theoretically, there's a high chance that your mom might have been a full-blood elf, and that you might actually have been born on the elven island. And with that revelation, we're gonna end the session today. And if you would like to know, like, there's no way to know more. That memory was such a fragment. But basically, the chances of you, like, it seems like you may have been born on the island of the Sea of Tlandraith, and then you left with your father, and then came to Ravinian Empire.
That's gonna be my next destination after all this is over.
I mean, there's a high chance your mom might have been a full-blood elf, and that makes sense why she wasn't in your life when you were in Ravinia. Maybe. You don't know. And on that note, that anticlimactic note, we're just gonna end this session. Yeah, this has been a lot of talking, but, I mean, I did warn you. This probably was gonna be a lot of talking. Don't worry, the end of the campaign is going to be action, 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 followed by action. So enjoy these moments of peace while you can. Also, y'all have missed the Tournament of Chivalry, and I've actually done a lot of stuff for it, but you guys were cooped up inside the house. So you do notice Belawar has left after a little bit during the 3 days to be like, I at least want to go and attend and see a few like horse races and other things.
You prepared a bunch of things we didn't even interact with?
No. I mean, he advises you guys to stay inside the house just in case the demons or the devils come for you, but he, as a public figure, they won't do shit to him in public, so he goes with, like, his guards out to just observe some of the festival. It's like, it'd be weird if I haven't gone. Like, I go every year. So, you know, he does tell you about it. It's just a sports festival. Seems fun. But you guys are busy with world-ending things. So yeah.
Yeah, we got more important things to think about.
I hope you guys enjoyed. We'll have another stream at some point. I'm gonna try to squeeze one in maybe before the end of this year. Hopefully. I'll see if I can schedule something. Yeah. Hope you have a good evening and a good night.
See ya.
Bye!